morning, graduate students. Welcome to the new graduate student orientation. My name is Teresa Christensen Caballero, and I am the Director of Grad Student Professional Career Development here in the Graduate College. Before we get started, I hope you like the music. We got a little lively music to start our day. And hopefully you're all I need to get by. You can sing that to your advisor when you are graduating at the end of all this, right? So welcome. Started icebreaker. My graduate assistant in the Graduate College, Jody Aguilar, is going to lead our icebreaker for today. Jody, can I throw it over to you?
Hi everyone, just give me 1 sec.
I'm going to drop the Padlet link in the chat. So if everyone wants to go to the chat, you can click on the link. For our Padlet, the password is 2022. Again, I'm going to put the link in the chat for today.
Hello everyone. So in the Padlet link provided by Teresa, we're gonna go ahead and share your name, some words, a meme, image, or GIF about how you're feeling about starting graduate school next week. Click the pink button on the bottom right corner of your screen to respond. The password is 2022.
All right, so we're inviting everybody to go ahead and click on the link, the Padlet link that is listed in the chat. If you want to use the password 2022, we're asking folks, how are you feeling about graduate school starting next week? You can put a meme, you can put a word. Welcome. I see Sejal, Chandra, I see Raul. Some folks are feeling nervous. Some people are feeling excited. Jody, do you see any memes or anything sticking out?
Yes.
I'm too busy already.
Feeling overwhelmed.
I'm so ready. Normal. I love it. Josie's excited but nervous.
Hopefully after this presentation, you don't feel as overwhelmed as we have a lot of resources and information to share with you all. You can also reach out to Teresa and I if there is anything that was left unsaid or any other questions, concerns you have about starting graduate school.
Thanks, Jody.
Of course.
Oh, I like the mom from that one show when she's saying I'm so excited. I almost put that one up there yesterday. Well, thanks. Please keep putting your names in, how you're feeling. I see a lot of nervous but excited, and that's totally natural and normal. These first couple moments, they're super exciting, but we know that there's a lot going forward. So thanks everyone for sharing. If you haven't gotten a chance to put yours up, please do, and we'll go back to this later. All right, I'm going to stop share for a second, and we're going to go into our official welcome and presentation. All right. One of the panelists, I think, is unmuted. Okay. There we go. All right. So welcome. I'm so excited to have you all here. Again, my name is Teresa, and I work in the Graduate College. We're really excited for you to be joining us today. We are doing a virtual orientation, so know that today, at any point you need to head out, you can head out, log back in, and just be here and be present for what you're able to. On behalf of the Graduate College, we're delighted that you chose to become part of our campus community. And you rated one of Chicago campus that excels in innovative research, exceptional teaching, and strong relationships with community. Now, I saw a lot of nervousness in the memes that we saw, a lot of excitement. But I want you to take a minute today. This is a special day, right? This is something, this is the beginning of your graduate career, or, if you've already done a master's and you're coming for your PhD or other degrees, your second graduate career, but it is a beginning. And so I want you to take a breath and think about the journey that you're about to embark on for the next couple of years. I want you to think about it. If that means closing your eyes, go ahead and close your eyes and do that. And I want you to think about this journey coming up. I want you to envision for yourself, what do you want for this semester? What's an intention or goal that you have for yourself this semester? What is it exactly this semester that you want to achieve? I want you to also think about, where do you want to end your program? Where do you want to be at the end of this? And what do you want to accomplish in your time here? What's it going to look like to complete the program or research or whatever you come to complete here? What is that going to look like at the end? Now set this intention or this goal for yourself for the end of your program. How does that going to feel? What is that going to look like for you to complete your education? So what does that feel like? What does that look like? Maybe if you have a little Post-it note, or you have your notes in front of you, or your computer in front of you, whatever you have, your phone, jot a note down. What did you see? What did you envision? And take that with you as you're going into the semester. There's going to be a lot of long nights. There's going to be a lot of hard times in graduate school. And sometimes we need that vision for why you're here, what you're doing here, and what you're going to accomplish in the end. So I just want you to take that with you and carry that with you through the rest of the time here. So before we do the official welcome, I want to share really quickly land acknowledgement and to acknowledge the land that we're on. I know that many of us are in different places because we're doing a virtual orientation. The homelands of the Through Fire Confederacy, the Potawatomi, Odawa, and Ojibwe nations, and other tribal nations, Menominee, Ho-Chunk. And we acknowledge and honor the original people of the Chicagoland area, and the many Indigenous folks who call it home, past, present, and future. This is a webinar also, just to acknowledge that, we are in a webinar format. And so going forward, we can't see you, but you can see us. So know that you do have the chat function there. We will try to, and so just know that that's there. Here is the agenda. I know that Shannon was posting it, also the link to the agenda in the chat. If maybe we can post that one more time. Here's our agenda for today. If you need to skip out, maybe you can kind of plan when you're thinking you need or want to skip out, but we'll be here until 2:30 hanging out, doing a grad college orientation party. So please stay with us if you can. And if you need to step out for a little bit, that's okay. So hopefully you see the chat box function at the bottom. You're going to be able to ask questions of the presenters and panelists. Okay. All righty. Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce our acting dean of the Graduate College, Dr. John Art. In cell biology, neuroscience, and bioengineering in the College of Medicine. Since 2003, he has served as the associate, currently serving as the acting dean of the Graduate College. Before coming to UIC, he was a faculty member in the Department of Pharmacological and Physiological Sciences at the University of Chicago. He received his postdoctoral training in biophysics at Cambridge University and neuroethology at the University of Sussex. He received a PhD in organismal biology from the University of Chicago and avian physics from Oberlin College. His research in the biophysics of auditory and vestibular systems, and he uses optical and electrophysiological techniques to characterize the cellular properties responsible for hearing and balance. His work has characterized how the brain controls sensitivity of the ear and how proteins in the receptor cell tune each to a specific frequency of sound. His most recent work focuses on the network properties in the ear and how information from multiple cells is integrated to detect velocity and acceleration. I feel very fortunate to know and work with someone who cares so much about graduate and professional students at UIC. And he's a wonderful person to have around, especially when you need clear solutions to very complicated problems. And is just an amazing person to work with. So please join me in welcoming our acting dean of the Graduate College, Dr. Jonathan Art.
Well, I'm not sure I deserve that sort of welcome, but here I am. As Teresa mentioned, I've been in the Graduate College since '03 as the Associate Dean for STEM. So that's usually my portfolio, that of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our boss, Professor Karen Colley, is now serving as the interim provost. And so I've stepped up for the last few months and until probably January to fill in as her role. So I'm the point person at which the buck stops. So as we go through this process, my first job this morning is to welcome you both to UIC and to Chicago in general. Chicago, the city, is very diverse. Our student population is diverse as well. If you go through the histories of our students, we have about 120 or more languages that are spoken as their native language at home. So this is the world brought to you and all of you coming to us, and we greatly appreciate it. We have 34,000 students here at UIC, of which almost 8,000 are graduate students and something on the order of 4,000 are professional students. The Graduate College is responsible for that cohort of 8,000, and we're here actually as more or less a service organization. We do have agents in each of your programs, and those agents serve the directors of graduate studies as our connection to you. They should be your first line, able to answer your questions about the elements of your programs and what's required and how to handle difficulties that are there, perhaps between you and other students, you and your advisors. And you know, this is part of the education as a graduate student is very different than that as an undergraduate. Undergraduate, there's an emphasis on basically supplying individuals with information and then testing to see whether or not they've mastered that information. Now you're in the position of being in a sort of self-construction project where you're the autodidact that's required to figure out what it is that you need to know and how to actually approach your field of study. In the words of Socrates, at the moment he was being tried for impiety and the corruption of youth, he said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." The overly examined life might not be worth living either, but in this case, this is your job. Your job is to take your creativity, your reason, and your logic and apply it to the problems that are at hand. Each of us is taking a different approach to a whole bunch of different problems. We have over 100 master's programs and 60 some odd PhD programs. So there's a lot of variation in terms of what projects you've decided to take on. But it's yours to take on. Don't be shy about this. You know, if you need assistance as you go through the process, come to us, starting out with your DGS, but work your way up if you're seeking resolution or seeking advice in terms of what's to know. You don't have to rely on a single advisor in this process. You can choose as many people as you want to mentor you through the process and any intellectual or even emotional or living problems that come up. So think of this as a problem that you're your own advocate and you're your own agent in these things. It's the graduate college and graduate studies are an occasion for lively debate. Now, this is something that can appear to be problematic, but being critical in terms of your examination does not mean that you also are free to attack the person who holds an opposite view. Yours is there to argue through reason in terms of what you think the actual truth or our approximation of it is going forward. So, we are allowed to disagree, but as they say, we can try to avoid being disagreeable about it. Now, our hope is that this process makes you intellectually resilient, and that's a word that's come to the fore over the last 2.5 years, certainly in the pandemic, because we have had to become physically and emotionally resilient in this process. Many of us have felt isolated in terms of what we do, and this is the first opportunity often to come together in real life in 3D, not for this morning's orientation, but in your classrooms to actually go and explore the topics that you've decided to study. Now, none of us have made it this far without significant help from others. And I want you to remember that, and I want you to be able to offer that who are in your programs as well. The first line of defense or opportunity, as I mentioned, is at DGS. Hopefully your programs also have a handbook that give you some idea of the time horizon of how various elements, the courses, the prelims, the defenses go. You should avail yourself from that, and if it's something that you're not familiar with, please reach out and ask. Either ask the DGS or ask us in the graduate college. Your advisor or your PI should be able to help, but sometimes you'll find that the PI is, as the rest of us, rather busy and is unable to help, but don't delay. Go on your own devices and reach out to others to satisfy those things. There are, as you will learn, I hope this morning, there are a whole bunch of university-wide resources besides us that you can reach out to. Student Services Building has basically our counseling and wellness center. We have a bunch of change in the personnel at the top, but we have very competent people who've been providing service to the student body over the years. The graduate college itself, as Teresa might have mentioned in that opening, by implication, consists of a dean. I'm acting like one at the moment. And beneath that dean in the administration are 2 faculty members who are the associate deans. My counterpart is Laura Juncker, who handles fine arts and humanities as well as social sciences. And I, as I mentioned, handle STEM disciplines. With us, and some of those you can see on the screen, are a whole bunch of the people who actually get the work done. The problem with being a faculty member is that there are always 9,000 things that you have to do, and the 3 of us who are nominally the top of this pyramid rely on the people that you see on your screen right now. So I'm going to turn off my microphone and allow those people to introduce themselves and how they actually come into this process. Teresa, how do you want them to proceed from here? But again, welcome everybody.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Art, for those words and for taking us in the beginning of this orientation and welcoming everybody. We want you to meet some of the staff in the graduate college. I asked the staff to do it like popcorn. I'm actually going to change the view back so we can kind of see everybody. And so what folks are going to do is they're going to introduce themselves. They're going to tell you what they do. And then when you might see them in the process, or maybe you won't, but hopefully you'll get to see our faces at some point during your career in the graduate college. So staff is going to do it like popcorn and throw it over to somebody else. I also asked the staff a very important question. And that is, where is the best in Chicago? Now that is a big debate for those of you that are new to Chicago. You got to figure it out, y'all. You're going to have to figure it out in the next couple months what your pizza place is, because people are going to ask you that question. So staff's going to give you a heads up. We're going to give you a heads up with that. So I'm actually going to throw it over to Assistant Dean Jamie Haney and then have her start us off and then throw it to the next staff member.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jamie Haney. As Teresa said, I'm one of the assistant deans in the Graduate College. I work specifically with the academic and student services team. So our team oversees everything basically from the point of admissions through graduation, including a number of different responsibilities and tasks. So each of them will talk about those as well. Under my purview specifically, I also work with the UIC Global Graduate Program, which is an international recruiting program. I also deal with some of the less fun things, but we won't talk about those unless, they come up later in your programs. And I don't know enough about pizza in Chicago yet, so I'm going to have to defer to everybody else. I've only been at UIC for 3 years, and we've had a pandemic for almost 2.5 of those. So I have not had a chance to have enough pizza in Chicago. So I'm going to throw it to the next person on my screen is Jim.
Hey, everybody. I'm Jim Cullenbrike. I'm the thesis dissertation coordinator, which means you really don't run into me until you're close to the end of your time here. I oversee your doctoral preliminary exam committees and your thesis and defense committees. And most importantly, when you're ready to graduate, you submit your thesis or dissertation to the system, and I review it to make sure you meet all the requirements of the graduate college. So I'm the last big hurdle you have to get through to get out of here. As far as pizza goes, Pisano's on State Street. And I'm going to throw it to Vandana.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to UIC. Congratulations on your admission to graduate school. My name is Vandana Label. I'm the director of the International Teaching Assistant Program here in the Graduate College, housed in the Graduate College, but we are actually located in the Student Services Building. We basically see all international students who are non-native English speakers. Our mission is a dual mission. Primarily, we ensure that the spoken language proficiency of international graduate students is sufficient for their role as an instructor. And our secondary mission is to provide or offer graduate courses in language development, again, through the Graduate College. In the chat, I am going to put down our website so that you have access to that. And also, for those of you who have not scheduled an oral proficiency exam, please do so. As I know you have a lot of things to do, but we are offering those exams until the 24th of August. So again, welcome, and please contact me or send a message through the chat. Thank you. And my favorite pizza is Lou Malnati's, as a few people already put in the chat. So good luck. And I'll hand it over to Lunaire.
Thank you, Wanda. Good morning, everyone. I am Lunaire Ford. I am one of the assistant deans in the Graduate College. I work with our diversity initiatives and also with graduate recruitment. You would see me if you are receive one of those fellowships and a number of other programs that I'm involved with, like the Urban Health Program, or if you're working with undergraduates who are participating in our Summer Research Opportunities Program, myself and my colleague, Alan Bryson, you'll see us there as well, and a number of other programs and initiatives. In my household, home run-in pizza is a favorite. And it is a source of debate in my household too. So we go back and forth between home run-in and Giordano's and a couple of other pizzas in the Chicago area. Welcome.
Thanks,
And
Leonard.
I'll toss it over to Lindsay. Sorry about that.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay Marshall, and I'm actually going to start by saying it looks from the chat like people do not at all need the pizza conversation like they have. I'm totally shocked that so many people have all of these great recommendations in a variety of neighborhoods. This is like very exciting, and you seem like you know all the classics, you know the new ones, so this is great. Again, my name is Lindsay Marshall, and I work as the writing specialist and academic advisor in the Graduate College. So I am your resource for most things writing related, whether that's for a fellowship you might be applying for, if it's for some kind of application for a study abroad program, whether it's for a course. I won't be the person to see for all of your course writings, but I can advise about many different kinds of pieces of writing that you might have to do throughout your time at UIC. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I put in the chat that Raphael, very impressed with Reno. That is the pizza place next to my house and a longtime family favorite. Nearer to UIC though, I've got to go with Pompeii, the classic sheet style, delicious on Taylor Street and nearby campus. So welcome to you all. I'll be seeing you again a bit later, but I'm really looking forward to meeting many of you throughout your time at UIC. I'm going to throw it to Araceli.
Hi, welcome all. My name is Araceli Aguirre. I am the Associate Director for Academic and Student Services. So I work with Jamie and the rest of the folks, but you will see me towards the end unless there's any fires that we need to put out, any registration issues, any leaves that you might have to take. You know, myself and my team will be able to help you out with that. But you know, technically I would see you more towards the end when you're ready to graduate, and we just have to, you know, make sure that you meet all the requirements, and we could get you out of here as soon as possible. So you guys don't have to, you know, worry about that. So we will be seeing a lot of you all. And pizza, I have to say, I have to go with Connie's on Archer. That is, to me, my favorite. And love their chicken strips too. Just saying, buffalo style. And I'll throw this to Ben.
Good morning. I'm Ben Williams, Fellowships and Awards Coordinator in the Graduate College, and I run about a dozen, baker's dozen number of internal funding competitions. So that's grad college money that could go to you. That's one way you will see me. And if you haven't already, you will be receiving emails every Friday, thereabouts. It's our weekly funding email, lots of opportunities, employment and funding. You also might see my face if you're applying for external fellowships or awards. For example, you wanted to get a Fulbright or a Bourne or a critical language scholarship to go abroad. And also, I'm not sure if Lindsay said it, but she and I co-direct a Write On, which is to help students with their writing. And then lastly, pizza. Old school, I guess, Uno, and they do ship, by the way, if you're not living in Chicago. I'm going to pass the ball to Jody, because I don't think she formally introduced herself, did she? Did they?
Not yet. Thank you, Ben. Hello, everyone. My name is Jody Aguilar. My pronouns are they, them. I am the graduate assistant to Teresa Christensen Caballero. So throughout the year, my responsibilities are to collaborate and support Teresa in developing both social and career and professional development programming. I also curate a bi-monthly newsletter depending on the amount of resources and events that are available on campus. So you'll be hearing more from me. Pizza, I think one of my favorites that also has a lot of vegan options is Demos in Wicker Park, I believe. They have amazing brownies as well, so it's a win-win. Let's see. Are we missing anyone else? Oh, Shannon. I'll pass it to Shannon.
Shannon, yeah.
I'm usually behind the scenes anyway. Hi, everybody. I'm Shannon Redden. I am the IT manager here at the Graduate College. I am responsible for technology, services, and support for the staff here. You probably won't run into me in your day-to-day, but if you're up here on the 6th floor in our office, or if you're using any of our computing resources and have an issue, we'll probably end up crossing paths. In terms of pizza, I saw a lot of folks already posted. Pizzerina Uno is my favorite pizza, but I would also say, you know, if you're here in Chicago and you haven't had it, do not sleep on the Italian beef, the classic Italian beef. It is what we are known for. A nice resource for that on campus right on Polk Street is Carm's, or of course, Portillo's is always a favorite. And I think that might be everyone. So I'll pass it back to Teresa.
All right. Well, thank you, graduate college staff, for being here. Let's see, can we go back to this way? So it looks like Lindsay said, everybody already has a handle. Maybe we got some extra. We got brownies, we got Italian beef. I like Chicago pizza, but I go for their wings. So it's like, it's always the side stuff, right? It depends. I like Lindsay, love El Cerrito. And for vegan pizza, right on the corner around my house, if anyone wants to come hang out, Kitchen 17. Great pizza, vegan pizza on Diversity. They have deep dish vegan, which is like rare, right, in the city. So anyways, let's keep going. We could talk about pizza all day. That we like, I came to this orientation and all we talked about was pizza. So thanks again, Graduate College. I hope you come and see us, whether that's in, the 6th floor of University Hall. Come hang out, come say hello to a lot of us and the rest of us that are in the Student Services building with the ITA program over on Harrison. So thanks, Graduate College staff, and we'll see you soon. All right. I am excited to turn over our presentation to two amazing folks who have incredible resources on our campus, a place that you are going to be visiting frequently, whether that's online, whether that's in person. So I want to turn it over to Annie Armstrong and Rosie Haneke. I hope I said that right, Rosie, from the UIC libraries, who are going to be talking today about resources at the library for y'all. Annie and Rosie, take it away.
Great, thank you. We've just arrived, so I'm not sure what the pizza conversation is, but I might need to think about that for a little bit. I'm having trouble coming up with my favorite. So thanks for having us and welcome to UIC. And I am Annie Armstrong. My pronouns are she and her, and I work at the Daily Library, which is on the east side of campus, and that's where I'm currently located today. And Rosie Haneke is also here. She is my colleague from the medical campus, so Library of the Health Sciences on the West Campus. And we'll tell you more about our physical buildings and where they're located throughout the presentation, and also give you a sense of what we have available to you, not only in person, but of course online. So there's so much that you can do to build your research competency and support your individual research interests through the UIC Library website. So we will emphasize some general tools that you can get started with through the UIC Library website, as well as how you would begin to develop expertise about resources that we have for your individual disciplines and subject areas. So that's what we're going to do in the next few minutes here. We're not going to do a lot of live demo of the resources because then that the internet speed tends to lag and things like that. So we just want to cover the basics. And let me also emphasize that there is a cheat sheet that we created that will go over all of the resources that we're discussing today. So in your graduate student orientation materials, there is a PDF called Exploring the UIC Library. So I encourage you to download that or print it off after our presentation, and that'll take you through everything that we're going to highlight today. So let me just say that graduate students are a delight for us to work with at the library. They are some of our heaviest power users, so they need to familiarize themselves with things like databases, e-journals, and they're really, you tend to be passionate about your research and driven to succeed. And it's our goal at the library to give you all the tools to help you be successful, productive, and exhaustive in your research. So that means different things to different people, which is why this is really just an intro, and we'll emphasize how you can get in touch with the librarians who are experts for your disciplines as well, not only online, but also in person. So let me just share my screen and I will touch on some of the basic tools that we have at the library to help you get started with your research. And for some reason, my internet has been a little bit sluggish this morning. Let me see if this is better. Is everyone seeing my screen, UIC Library? Okay, great. So as I said, I'm just going to touch on general tools, and then Rosie will go into subject-specific resources that we have. What I'm displaying now is library.uic.edu. This is the gateway to all of our library resources. And if you wanted to quickly just see if we have, for example, a book that you're interested in, or if you wanted to do a quick and dirty search and just kind of cover a broad range of resources and see if we have an article on a topic of interest to you, you could start using the library search, which is just this search box in the middle of the library page. And that's designed sort of as a first stop to explore a really wide range of resources. So you can use this also if you have a specific article that someone recommended to you. You can type in the title of the article, and this search box actually does a very good job of tracking down a particular article that might be available through our library collections. And when I say library collections, I'm talking vast online resources, which include subscriptions to e-journals across the disciplines, as well as databases and newspapers, books, both physical books that you can check out from the library and the electronic books. So this is like the first stop. So you can just search where it says search all if you want to search for a combination of books and articles. You can click on books and media if you really want to focus on just book format. And similarly, articles and journals will take you into a search that excludes books. So you can either look for everything or be more precise. If I click on books and media, you'll actually see an option, UIC catalog or iShare libraries. So UIC catalog, just like it sounds, would search for books at UIC, whether physical or ebooks, whereas iShare libraries would open up your search to books that you can order from other libraries throughout Illinois. So this is through a consortium called CARLI, a consortium of academic research libraries in Illinois. And that's a huge collection of libraries that includes Urbana-Champaign's collection. So you can order books that they have and they'll be shipped to one of the UIC libraries. And that takes about 3 to 5 days. So there's so much that we can touch on. I'm just kind of glossing over this, but that's how you can get started looking for generally books and articles. If you click on My Accounts at the very top of the page here, you have a UIC library account, which is going to track books that you have checked out at UIC. Interlibrary Loan is a service where you can order books and articles from, well, books from outside of Illinois. So you can go even broader than iShare, or articles that are not a part of our online collections here at UIC. Okay, so going back a step, we have a list of databases if you click on databases. So some of you might approach your research from the standpoint of, I want to search PubMed or Google Scholar or JSTOR. So I'm just naming some of the most popular databases that people like to search. Using our databases list, this is an exhaustive A to Z list of all of our subscription databases. So if you're off campus, you do need to authenticate with your UIC NetID and password to gain access to any of these databases. So you can use this list and that will take you into the database from on or off campus. So that's sort of the main items I wanted to plug, in addition to, and Rosie will go into guides a little bit more. But on our library website, we have a link to guides. And one of these guides that I would mention, that I'd like to mention that you get started with, is our guide to citation management. So if you're not familiar with the concept of citation management, there are tools that you can use to save and organize your research. So you'll be gathering so many different articles and books. I would recommend early on getting started with some sort of citation management system. These are RefWorks and Zotero are freely available to UIC students. So we kind of recommend that you work with a librarian or consult us if you have questions, but you can get started with sort of reading about how to use and sign up for a citation management system. This is also going to save you a lot of trouble and frustration with citing sources and generating works cited pages or bibliographies and citing the resources that you use in your research. So Rosie, please take it away, and I'll give you a chance to talk about some subject-specific resources that we have.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to UIC. I'm Rosie. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the librarian for public health, and I work at the Library of the Health Sciences on the west side of campus. My favorite pizza in our neighborhood is from a restaurant called La Villa in Old Irving, and my family likes to get it with Italian beef and giardiniera. So it's kind of like an Italian beef sandwich on a pizza. It's amazing. So we don't have enough time, obviously, to talk about everything we have at the library, especially because the way you use the library is going to depend so heavily on your discipline. So depending on whether you're humanities, engineering, nursing, you might use monographs, you might use peer-reviewed journal articles, you might be looking for our archives and special collections. It really just depends. So my recommendation to all of you is to take a look at the subject guide for your program or discipline. And that can be found from the library website here under guides. So if you click this third link for guides, you'll see that there are essentially websites for each of the disciplines or programs. So for example, let's say I'm starting a program in physical therapy. I can click on this and then click into physical therapy. And you'll see here the liaison or subject librarian for physical therapy, my colleague Amelia Brunskill, has compiled a list of all of the best bet resources for that discipline. So you've got links to a few databases out of the, I don't know, what is it, Annie, 600 that we have here at UIC. If you don't know where to start, look at the guide for your discipline and check out these specific databases that are the best bets. This guide will also have the contact information for your subject librarian. So this is a really good person to know. You'll hear us say subject librarian and liaison librarian sort of interchangeably. This is the one librarian who's assigned to your college or your program or subject area. And their job is to specialize in the information that students and researchers and faculty use in this discipline. So the longer we're here, the more we get to know public health students, the kind of information they use, and the most efficient way to find that information. So for example, Annie is the liaison for education and psychology on public health. And you can either just, save our information and come back to us when you have a specific question, or if you'd like to, you can contact your liaison librarian and make an appointment to get a general overview of library resources, set up a citation manager, get guidance when you need to do a literature review, and so on. So definitely, if you're not sure of where to start by finding your subject guide and your subject librarian. We won't take too much more of your time because I know you've got a lot of scheduled to get through today, but hopefully we'll be seeing you again soon, maybe in an orientation or a class for your program. but there are a number of ways to get help from the library. Oh, I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, the physical buildings. Of course, many of us, especially nowadays, you don't even have to set foot in the library building to get access to all of our resources. But we would love for you to come see us in person. There's the Richard J. Daley Library, which is on the East Campus. That's on the main quad. And then the Library of the Health Sciences is on West Campus on Polk Street, sort of across from the Pink Line stop on Polk Street. So we have tons of study space, and obviously the library is where you can come to check out materials and pick up books and things like that. Right now, because of COVID restrictions, masks are required in the library, and you will need your student ID, your iCard, to swipe into the building. If you'd like more information or to see the most recent COVID guidance and protocols, you can just use these links on our homepage, Welcome to the UIC Library, and click on either using the library or more information, and that will walk you through any current restrictions on visiting in person. So we would love to see you. And, you know, if you're going to come to the library, send your librarian, your subject librarian, a heads up, and we can maybe, if we're free, meet you and show you the library and walk you around and get that relationship started. We always love meeting our students and researchers. So as I was saying, number of ways to contact us. Really, the fastest way is down here in the bottom right corner, chat with a librarian. This is a live instant message with a UIC library, either graduate assistant or librarian. You can ask a quick question. And if you really need in-depth research, they'll likely create a ticket for you to follow up with your subject librarian. But this is a great resource for if you just need something full text, or you want to know, where do I get a link for such and such database or something? Chat with a librarian is very helpful and fast. The other ways to contact us are here under contact us, and click into that. And you can send us an email. You can look in the library directory if you want to find your specific subject librarian. In addition to that information being on our guides, you can narrow down by subject librarian and then look for your particular subject. And then also, I think one of the best library resources is this schedule research help. This is to make an appointment for a one-on-one consultation with a librarian, and this can be done either in person or over Zoom. You fill out your name, what department or program you're in, your dates and times of availability, and what you'd like help with, and we'll match you up with either your subject librarian or a librarian who can help you and whose availability matches yours. And like I said, this can just be for an overview of library resources, or if you're a year from now and need to start getting in depth onto, you know, capstone research or something like that, you can make an appointment with a librarian here. So I'll stop sharing my screen. Let me check the chat. Okay, I think a lot of these questions are not specifically.
I think there was a question about electronic books. Maybe we can take that and then, yeah, yeah.
Sure, we have many ebooks. So if you want to check for a particular ebook, you can search it by title in our library catalog. Let me just show you real quick how to do that. So this main books and media search will include ebooks. We also have under books and media a link to, this should be the ebooks research. Oh no, this is a link to databases that are individual ebook collections if you wanted to just browse ebooks. I'll let Annie chime in if there's anything I'm missing on ebook. Ebook Central under databases, yes.
That's a popular collection that we have. Very user-friendly, I would say. So you can search that. You can also check off a box to limit to books that are available at UIC. So book we have so many book chapters and full length books. There's more I could say on ebooks, but I don't want to use up too much time. But some of them have a limited number of simultaneous users, but that should be noted at the point that you access the book. So if you ever get turned away, that might be why. So are books sold in the library for specific programs? We don't sell, if this is about course textbook, I'm not sure, but the bookstore is the contact for purchasing like textbooks for your program. We might have some books that your professors have listed on your syllabus that are also maybe available as ebooks through the library. So you can look up a title in the library search, and that will reveal whether the book is something that you could access through the UIC library for free. Anything to add, Rosie?
I don't think so. We'll let you get back onto your itinerary, but
go
ahead.
Sorry, I just noticed there was a question about a card, and I don't know, an iCard, and maybe that wasn't specific to the library, but some people ask like, what's my library card? Because for the public library, you need a library card. That's the same as your UIC iCard. So that's doubles as your library card. It also has a library number on it. So the first time that you use interlibrary loan, it will ask you to register for an account, and you can use the library number that's printed on your UIC iCard. And we don't have Kindle enabled resources. There is a sort of a difference between what's sold to through Amazon or public libraries versus what's sold to academic libraries. So we don't have all the same types of resources. Unfortunately, another thing we don't have are audiobooks, but we do have things like streaming video. So we have a wonderful collection called Canopy, and that's listed under databases. So yeah, like Rosie said, I don't want to keep going because, you know, we have thousands of resources. But
yeah, just email us or use the chat, and we love working with graduate students. So thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, Annie and Rosie, for all the information, and hopefully I'll write some of that down. I know that there's amazing, incredible librarians available. And also, yes, there's resources that that we will be posting to the website with the orientation that you'll be able to access from the library as well. So we'll make sure that those are there for you all. So thank you so much, Annie and Rosie. Appreciate you being here.
Goodbye. Nice to meet you all.
All right. Next, we have from the Campus Advocacy Network, a very important space on our campus. Dr. Kelly Magno is going to talk about the amazing resource that we have and all the great things that CAN is doing. So Dr. Did I say your name, Liam? Sorry. Thank you for being here.
Or Magano.
Magana, yeah, sorry.
Either one is totally fine. And I did just put in the chat my slides. I'd like to provide them. That way you have contact information particularly, but also there's some syllabus information there. And I'm putting in the chat as well some information about how to get in touch with us. So thank you so much, Teresa, for inviting us. It's really great to be here, and welcome. And I don't think we need captioning because you have the captions already. Welcome to UIC. Welcome to our community. We're really excited to be with you. I'm going to be sharing some information that's a little repetitive if you've attended the TA training, so bear with me on that, but I'm going to expand a little bit beyond it as well. And I'm also happy to take any questions. Feel free to put them in the chat. I can stay on a bit after as well if people have questions they want to ask as I wrap up. So I wanted to just briefly note that CAN is part of one of UIC's 7 cultural centers, which is the Women's Leadership and Resource Center. I highly advocate getting involved with all 7 of the centers, whichever looks helpful and interesting to you. The WLRC is particularly here for issues around gender equity. And we think of gender equity specifically as it relates to racial equity, class-based equity, combating ableism, transphobia, xenophobia, homophobia. So we're really thinking about gender equity really broadly. And so I'll talk a little bit about the WLRC and also quite a bit about CAN just for the next few minutes. So CAN is unique in that we're a confidential space. We are a place to go on campus where we're thinking about ways to prevent gender-based violence at UIC and in the UIC community. So that could be violence happening off campus to our students, faculty, and staff, as well as preventing violence on campus. We also think about gender-based violence really broadly. We're thinking about it in terms of dating or domestic violence, violence that's happening at home or with a partner, family abuse, sexual violence, stalking, and then also many forms of harassment that students might be experiencing off campus or on campus, or in a lot of different places. We talk about this in two ways. The first is through our outreach and education programming, and that is really ways to learn, ways to advocate, ways to raise your voice. There's opportunities for students that you can attend. There's opportunities for students to do leadership. There's opportunities for you to bring us in for your own students or your student orgs. And we also then do direct advocacy services. And that's where I fall in my work directly with survivors and with allies who are going through a survivor process with a friend or family or student or colleague. So there's a few things that we do if you come to us. And as I said, this might be a little repetitive. The first thing we're always going to do is make sure you have a space to listen to your story. We want to find out what happened if you want to tell us, but more importantly, what do you need? What are you looking for? What kind of resources are you asking for? We're also going to work on developing a safety plan with survivors that's thinking through the strategies that are going to help you feel and be safe. And I see there's a comment in the chat about getting involved as a volunteer. So I'll talk about that in a little bit when I go back to the outreach piece. We're also going to refer you to resources depending on what you're looking for. So a survivor might come to us in midst of a divorce, and then we're going to be thinking about legal resources. Maybe it's a housing issue. We're going to be thinking about housing resources or food security, financial aid. There actually are a few different, opportunities for financial aid on campus for emergencies. So we're going to make sure you know about those, you can connect with those. Illinois also has some really valuable rights for survivors. So we're going to make sure that survivors know their rights, maybe as a tenant or a property owner, your rights at work, whether that's on campus or off campus work, and your rights in the classroom. And then we can do kind of standard crisis intervention, one of which might be accompanying you to court, that might be accompanying you to an interview with the police or with the Title IX officer. So really accompanying you through any of these reporting processes that you decide makes the most sense for you. But please keep in mind that that is totally based on what a survivor wants. We're never going to say you should or need to or have to go to any type of formal reporting process unless you want to do that. That'll just be one of multiple options we talk about. We're also here, so this is one of the things I think that makes this a little bit unique and to know about as a graduate student. It might be that something's happening that takes you out of the classroom. It might be affecting your work. Maybe you are in transition with housing and so you miss class. Maybe you're going through a healing process where it's really hard to stay focused and so you've missed some assignments. Or maybe you're experiencing harm on campus and you need to be separated from a particular supervisor, PI, or maybe someone in your lab. So those are places where we're going to work with you on accommodations to think about what you need to really be successful in the classroom. And then, like I said, allies are welcome to come to us too. We can have a confidential conversation about mandated reporting requirements if that's something that you're up against, or resources, or how to support a friend or family member or student, a colleague who's experiencing harm. And when I say PI, I'm talking about your principal investigator. So people who are coming from the sciences. might be working in a lab under a PI, and that's sometimes a relationship that can be a little bit difficult. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. But so those relationships with kind of the supervisor within your field might be something where we'd be talking about what you need from them, or if you need a new PI or a new supervisor. And unfortunately, sometimes we see students have a negative relationship with someone who is their supervisor or advisor. And so that's something else we'd be available to talk about. And this is, I always feel a little weird bringing this in because this is not necessarily for survivors, right? Pregnant parenting students are not all survivors, or not even most survivors, but do also please know that there are really robust protections in place for pregnant and parenting students. And if that's something that you anticipate needing, we can connect you with resources, information. We can make sure that you know about what resources are on campus, off campus. We also can help you explore your academic accommodations if you're pregnant or parenting. So there are Title IX accommodations for pregnant and parenting students. This is also something, if you're a TA, to talk about with your own students, because a lot of times students aren't aware that there's resources for pregnant and parenting students and accommodations available. And we want to make that more well known. We also more broadly want to do a couple of things. This is a kind of a new initiative for us this year. Advocating for more resources for pregnant and parenting students, and also creating spaces for building community. So be on the lookout. We're going to be having some programs, some resources coming out in our newsletter and social media to give us space to really raise the voices of pregnant and parenting students and make sure that they have what they need through their work. So please know also, one of the reasons I really am excited to be here today is that we know that graduate students experience a lot of different forms of harm. For one, we know that graduate students are experiencing interpersonal violence from a partner, from a family member, from an acquaintance. We know this violence is happening off campus. We also know that graduate students face a lot of different types of precarity. Graduate students, as you know better than anyone coming in, you might be relying on your supervisor for research opportunities and job opportunities. This is a professional space for you. It's not just an educational space. It's also a space where you're building a reputation, where you don't really want people to know about your private business if something's happening at home, but you might need accommodations, right? Graduate students also are sometimes on 3 months, 6 months, 1 year contracts where you're dealing and grappling with precarity on the financial level. If you're an international student, there's additional challenges related to your visa, right? So we know that there's a lot of different things that make it harder to escape violence, to report violence. There's a lot of barriers that we know you're up against and want to help prevent or at least mitigate. And like I mentioned, we also know that violence happens to graduate students on campus. We know that there's harassment that happens from colleagues, from students, from faculty and staff. We know that there's oftentimes in different graduate programs, there might be a culture where you're expected to do a disproportionate amount of labor and work, that you're expected to be kind of constantly breaking your own boundaries to make sure that you're successful and that you're productive, right? There's a lot of just different expectations that are not always healthy for graduate students. So please know that we recognize that. And we also especially recognize that those types of harms are really hard to report. And that's why we're here confidentially. That's why we're available to you to troubleshoot, to think about what is going to be helpful, to think about what you need, whether or not that is maybe reporting someone, or maybe it's thinking about you're not comfortable reporting. This is not someone that you want to report. This is not a process you want to get involved with. What can we do to then make the situation easier and safer for you? I know it's, negative to have this conversation before anything's happened, but please know that hopefully you won't have this experience. We really are trying to prevent violence before it happens as well. But that if it does happen, that you have somewhere to go for support. Please also, if you're a TA, talk about us with your students, put us on your Blackboard page, put us in your syllabus. You have this slide. So this is a copy and pastable blurb you can put about CAN. I really encourage you to connect with cultural centers. We're all available for you and your students. If you want to bring us into a classroom, if you want to bring your class to our spaces, right, and connect, we're all there for those different things. And also know that we're here for your professional development as well. So there's a lot of programming at WRC and CAN that's specifically for graduate students. A few that I want to point to, and these are all from last year, right? So there's new things coming up this year, but we have the Speaking, Writing, Being series, which is all about centering Black women's intellectual production. Occasionally those are workshops with faculty, but they're really geared towards junior faculty and graduate students who are interested in both putting their research out there, sharing their ideas, sharing their research, and also talking about the challenges of being a Black woman within academia, thinking about challenges in the classroom, out of the classroom, and providing space for having those discussions and troubleshooting and building community. Our Write at WLRC program, which is usually Fridays, and last year was virtual. We're not quite sure yet what that will be, if it'll be hybrid or virtual, but it's a space for anyone who's writing about gender, who's thinking about gender, who really just wants to write with others, to come together, to meet other people who are writing. We're hoping to build in some conversations in those spaces about writing support. And they're really geared towards graduate students because we know that writing can be a really isolating process. And you don't have to be dissertating or writing a thesis to join that, right? It might be you're writing a paper, maybe you're thinking about a presentation and you just want to join other people while you're doing that. Feel free to chime in and join us for that Write at WLRC space. And these are just a couple other events that we've hosted where there might be a graduate seminar, a space to talk to a faculty member or a scholar who's writing about gender, who's writing about gender-based violence. And this last one, I think, is really significant in that it's another opportunity from the WRC specifically for graduate students who want to share your research. So you're welcome to join us to share your research with us in our Feminisms Lunch Lecture Series. And here's just a few other ways. Now, people have asked about volunteering with us. There are a lot of ways to volunteer with us. You're welcome to connect with us for our WRC jobs page. I'm not sure if there's anything open right now, but that's something that would come out in our listserv and we'd be sharing it on our newsletter. We also offer internships, volunteer opportunities. We don't provide opportunities to provide direct service to survivors. Our survivor services are all done by professional staff because of confidentiality and mandated reporting. But there's a lot of other ways to get involved. Students are a lot of times leading these initiatives, like the Pregnant and Parenting Initiative I mentioned, that's been led by Candace Gary, one of our graduate workers. And she has done a ton of research on resources. She's created infographics. She's connected with other places on campus to think about what pregnant and parenting students need, right? So there's a lot of ways to do that type of work with us or to plan a workshop with us, plan an event with us. And you can kind of start by joining us on social media, joining our listserv, attending events. And then you might also decide you want to request a workshop for your own class, for your student org. There's a lot of ways to connect. The best way in the fall, I think, is our open house. Our open house will be a little delayed because we're moving to a new building and the move is scheduled for this week. So we're still getting situated. So just be on the lookout for our open house information coming out. But all the cultural centers have an open house. It's a great way to meet other students. It's a great way to meet staff, a great way to feel connected and plugged in and find out kind of what's coming throughout the year. So to wrap up, I just want to mention a couple of things about us that I really want you to take away. And I see there's some questions in the chat that I'll keep coming back to. Please remember that our services are free and confidential. There's only a couple of times that we can't keep your privacy. And that's really if you're describing violence happening to someone who's under 18, or if you're describing a plan to hurt yourself or hurt someone else. But other than that, our services are free and confidential. We're here for all of you, right? I know when you hear WLRC, some people think it's just for women students. That's not true. We're here for all community members, regardless of gender and sexuality. We're here for all types of students, as well as faculty and staff. And something I think is helpful to know, especially when you think about the concept of harassment. Harassment survivors don't always identify as survivors. So please know that if something's happened, you don't have to know how to describe it and what to call it to come to us. You're welcome to come to us. If you end up needing something that we can't provide, we'll connect you. We're connected with all sorts of units on campus. And as I mentioned, we're not here to tell you what to do. We're not here to judge you. Your safety is what's important to us, and you know your safety best. You know yourself best. You know your needs best. If you're experiencing harm, you know the person who's harming you better than we do, right? So anything we suggest is just a suggestion. You don't have to be planning to file a police report to work with us or make any type of report to work with us. And even if you're experiencing harm from a partner, you don't have to come to us just because you plan to leave them. I think this piece is really important to know, leaving might not be the best option for a survivor. So know that we respect that and honor that. And there's still things we can do to make a survivor safer, even if the situation is not going to be resolved right away, especially. So we're available lots of different ways. We're available by text or call, by email, by voicemail. We're also, as I mentioned, available in person, but not for walk-in appointments right now while we get moved. Generally, we are available for walk-in appointments, but it's best to text or call or email first right now while we get situated. You can also fill out this online form to connect with us, which is at can.uic.edu/advocacy/ask, which I also put in the chat. All of these forms, it makes it look like we're a really large kind of anonymous organization. We're a very small team. All these different ways of contacting us are actually just going to come directly to me and my supervisor, but they're just different ways you can connect. So as part of that, do keep in mind that we are actually a Monday through Friday 9 to 5 service. So we are not available 24 hours. We can set up an appointment outside of 9 to 5. So like if you're working and you need to meet in the evening or on the weekend, it's not that we can't do that. But I do like to mention it's not a crisis service after hours. So if you need immediate services, I'm going to put some 24-hour hotlines in the chat just so you have those as well, because we never want you to be reaching out and not get a quick response and make you feel unsafe or like you don't have the support you need. So to wrap up, if you're describing CAN to someone, think of us as a place where something's happened. Maybe it felt wrong in your gut. Maybe it made you feel unsafe. Maybe it made you feel uncomfortable. Maybe it just made you feel like UIC is a place where you don't belong, like you don't have support here. And you're not sure what you want to do next. You're not sure if you want to report it. You're not sure what's going to make you feel safe, what you need for your healing and wellness. Please come to CAN in those circumstances. We're here to support. We're here to answer questions. We're here to kind of accompany you through that decision-making process. And we would be happy to connect with you. And also, like I said, please connect with us outside of just survivor services. We are excited to know you. We're excited to connect with you. We're excited to be kind of preventing violence on campus with you and doing gender equity work together. And I'm just gonna look at the chat. I know people had asked about volunteering. You can just email us to ask about that. Our volunteer opportunities are really kind of on a case-by-case basis based on what you're looking for, what you need. And for the resources for students who are parents, you can also go ahead and email us. We're creating a guide right now for student parents, but it has not been formally rolled out yet. It'll be being rolled out in the fall. So that'll be available on our listserv when it comes out. It'll be available by email. But if you end up wanting to see it, like wanting to connect with us about a specific resource in the interim, feel free to email and we can connect you with the resources you're looking for. My apologies also for going over. Thank you, Teresa and
You're
Jody.
good. This is such important information. Thank you so much, Dr. Magano, for the valuable information. I can't say enough how important CAN is on our campus and the WLRC, but just a space, like Dr. Magano said, if you don't know where to go or who to talk to or what to say, it's a confidential space to be able to go to. So you may not need it now this year, and hopefully you won't. other than the beautiful programming, but write it down somewhere. You don't know if a colleague is going to need it, if you're going to need it, if a student's going to need it, a friend's going to need it. So just write the information down. So thank you so much for all the beautiful information, and we'll be seeing you on campus, and good luck with the move. All right.
You need it.
And apologies to some of our presenters. We are running a little behind. So Dr. Fatwa, we're running about 10-15 minutes. So apologies for that. I'm going to throw it over to Sergeant Terry Williams from UIC Police to talk to us a little bit about how to keep ourselves safe on campus, and all that good stuff. So Sergeant Williams, throwing it over to you.
Awesome. The volume's good. Can you guys hear me? Okay, awesome. First off, I wanted to attest and advocate for CAN's resources. Those were amazing resources that they gave out. We use CAN a lot when it comes to our victims on campus. So I definitely advocate for their services. Just real quick, my name is Sergeant Terry Williams. I'm with the UIC Police Department, and I currently supervise or manage our PACE unit, which is our Police Advancing Community Engagement Unit. If you did not know, UIC has its own police department. If you're familiar with UIC as a whole, as your undergrad years took place, or if you're new to UIC, welcome. Welcome to UIC, welcome to Chicago, if you're not familiar with Chicago. But UIC does have its own police department. One of the things about our department is because this is a state institution, we have statewide jurisdiction. What that means is we emphasize our patrol zones here on campus. So if any crime was to take place here on campus, we're gonna make the arrest, we're gonna investigate the crime, we're gonna go through the entire process. If it happens on a city street, then the city of Chicago takes that report. So if a mass incident was to happen or a major incident, say for instance, an incident of violence, was to occur within the area, we're going to respond. Chicago Police Department is going to respond, but it's just a matter of who's going to report it and who's going to investigate the crime. That's just the only difference. So we have 4 jurisdictions, but our patrol zone goes as north as Adams Street, as east as Canal, as south as 18th Street, and as west as Western. So it's a pretty big patrol zone that we patrol. You'll see our cars in the area. You'll see Chicago cars in the area for any type of assistance. One of the things I want to point out is if you're not familiar with the campus, you may see these large emergency call boxes, or as we call them, StarTel units. We have about 1,200 located throughout the campus. We have so many of them because you can hit one, go to another one, hit another one, go to another one. Just if you feel uncomfortable, if you see something taking place, you want to notify us right away, you can get to your phone. These units are located throughout the campus. And some of them, the most recent ones, we have cameras right there on the top of the unit. So if you hit one, our dispatchers, who are 24/7, will be notified that someone is in need of an emergency or need our attention. They can zoom in on that area with the cameras, along with other cameras that's located throughout the campus, and then figure out what's going on and send an officer at the same time. So it just gives us another tool to be notified outside of some of the things I'm gonna mention throughout this presentation. One of those things is the SAFE app. If you have not downloaded the SAFE app yet, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, please take out your phones and download the SAFE app. It's a UIC SAFE app. They have invested a ton of resources into this application. A few features of this application is the one-touch emergency call button. So if you're in panic mode and something's going on, someone's having a medical emergency, you see a suspicious person, see a crime taking place, you can notify us just like the StarTel or emergency callbacks unit that I mentioned, and just let us know what's going on. You could do a virtual friend walk. So if you're walking on campus from point A to point B, and you just don't feel comfortable at night or during the day, you can set up a virtual friend walk to go from point A to point B. If you don't make it to point B in a certain amount of time, it will notify a guardian. Now you can set us as the police department as a guardian. So if we do get notified that you didn't make it to point B, we're going to send an officer to that location to just make sure everything's okay. We're going to contact you with your profile contact information to just make sure everything's okay. If you notify another friend or a spouse or whoever, they'll be notified if you don't make it to point B. So it's a very, very good service. You can also chat with us, report anonymous tips, anything that you may have. And then you can look at all the emergency guidelines on that application. It's a really robust application. I encourage everyone on this line today, including the faculty that's on the line, download the SAFE app, okay? If you heard me with the SAFE app, please give me a thumbs up in the chat. I'm very interactive. So student patrol, our student patrol units, they are here Monday through Friday, pretty much from 6:30 to 11 p.m. So if you feel some anxiety about walking to class, walking to your cars or whatever, you can contact a student patrol agent to walk you. They can physically walk with you to that location, and they have access to our radios. So if something was to happen, or if something is going on, they can notify us via radio, and we're going to come right away. It's just another resource that you have to yourselves to contact the police. They also provide different lockups, open ups of buildings. They provide escorts. They are stationary posts for access control. They do quite a few things. If a student patrol is not available and you still need an escort to your car or to another building, you can still contact the UIC Police Department and we will send an officer, okay? I wanna make sure everyone feels safe and everyone knows about the safety resources that's available to you, okay? And that's what I just mentioned about the walking escorts. We could either send a student patrol or an officer 24/7. So between the hours of 7 a.m. and 11 p.m., we have a bus system. So if you're a student, you have access to this bus system for free. You just show your iCard and you can hop on the bus anywhere on campus. It will transport you. After 11 o'clock, we do have something called the night ride. The night ride, if you're in the library working late, because now you're not an undergrad anymore, you're a graduate student. So you may be working a little bit more harder on your curriculum. And you may need to stay late in those buildings or stay late in the library. And if it's after 11 p.m., between the hours of 11 and 7 a.m., you can contact this number. And I'll leave the link in the chat as well that you can request these services. It's almost, sorry about that. Someone's trying to get a contact on me. You can request these services via application through either the SAFE app or through their own internal app to order these services after 11 p.m. And this is their coverage area is pretty much anywhere in the vicinity of campus. So they'll pick you up and drop you off anywhere in the vicinity of campus. They're not going to take you all the way to Wrigleyville to go to a Cubs game, but they will take you anywhere from point A to point B on campus or a Sox game. Let's go Sox. So one thing I want everyone to know that Chicago has its fair share of crime. You probably heard nationally, but these resources that I'm sharing is for us to help you limit yourself from becoming a victim. One of those is, if it's a beautiful city, I encourage everyone to explore Chicago if you haven't already. And you may take public transportation. Now, when you're taking public transportation, or if you're walking around on campus, off campus, anywhere in the world, you should not be like this. On your phone, paying attention to your phone, listening, texting people, hey boo, I'm on my way, all that stuff. You know, make sure you're paying attention to what's going on around you, okay? These criminals, they're looking for crimes of opportunity. So if you're in your phone, they're looking at you and they will snatch your phone. You think of a robbery as somebody with a weapon and they're coming up to you and say, hey, give me your stuff. Yes, that happens. but a lot of the robberies occur when someone actually is in their phone, they snatch their phone and they're gone. And we've seen a lot of that occur. So travel in groups, limit your use on your cell phone. So if you want to use your cell phone, you can still use it, but still look up. Text, look up. Just figure out what's going on around you. And then download different security tracking software like Find My iPhone. Google has a for my Android users, Google has a platform where you can track your phone and help us get to that criminal. We have a lot of commuter students on campus, and our number one crime on campus is theft. And it's typically theft of bikes as well. If you are commuting on campus, Chicago is a bike-friendly city, but please utilize the right type of locking mechanisms. Nothing is flawless. We do see U-locks cut, but we see more wire locks cut. I understand that you're a student. I was a student at one point. I was a grad student at one point. But at the same time, we're on a budget, right? But please just spend that extra dollar to get a U-lock or something that's really strong to get your bike secure. If you're paying a certain amount of money for these bikes, you want to secure it properly. One thing about the U-locks is just cuts down the time, or excuse me, it increases the time for a criminal to actually take your bike. If you have it posted at a bike rack and you see someone sawing on the bike with like a mobile grinder, please call someone, and report it through the Safe app. We don't want to see these bikes taken in a timely manner. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't know if someone told you since these presentations, but we don't allow e-scooters here on campus. You can ride them throughout the camp, like around campus, but through the campus, it is a violation to ride e-scooters on campus. And unless you have an ADA motorized vehicle, they are compliant. But if you have one of those e-scooters or those hoverboards or whatever, they're not allowed on campus, unfortunately. But because our campus gets so dense, especially now that people are starting to really come back to in-person classes, we're going to see a lot of pedestrian traffic around campus. So be mindful. You could get stopped if you're on an e-scooter. Ken had mentioned a lot about sexual misconduct. It's a zero tolerance when it comes to sexual misconduct here on campus. I really want to emphasize that. A lot of sexual misconduct go unreported. Our biggest thing with the police department and as a university, we just want you or your friend or someone that you know that's been a victim of sexual misconduct to just report it. We just need you guys to report the incident, and there's different ways to report it. If you report it to us, we are going to take the report. We're going to investigate the report. We're going to send you to the right resources. But the bottom line, we just want you all to get the resources that you need to stay safe. To get the resources that you need, to get the support that you need on the back end, or your friend to get the support that they need. That's really the main goal. So if you just want to report it off campus, there are different resources that are listed on the slide that you can report it off campus. Ken had mentioned a lot of resources outside of their office hours that you can report it outside of the campus. But just understand, Ken is confidential. They are confidential. So if you just want to report it and get the resources, you can report it to them, as well as the counseling center. Other means of reporting is the Dean of Students Office. If you want someone to be held accountable through the Dean of Students Office, you have that support. You have the legal services support. You have us, you have Title IX, you have all these resources. So no matter what or who you report it to, you will get the resource. And that's really the most important thing that we want you guys to know. This is just stating the anonymous form. This is how it looks. It's fairly easy to report these incidents. Just ask any faculty, staff on campus. They are mandated reporters. They have to take your report and report it either anonymous, or if you want us to contact you, we will contact you and reach out to you and investigate that crime. One of the other biggest things on campus is scams. We have a lot of scammers, virtual scammers, in-person scammers on campus. If you see any calls, emails, websites, text messages come in, it looks like a scam, most likely it is a scam. If it just, those money ads, get rich quick, most likely that's a scam. And we see a lot of our students get victimized, especially students that's not familiar with what a scam looks like. So if someone say, hey, we need you to, if you purchase 35 Apple gift cards, we're going to give you $2,000. You just need to put it on your card. You meet up with me. I'm going to give you X amount of dollars as a college student on a budget. I'm like, oh man, I can make some money real quick. Most likely it's a scam. No, so please do not send any money. Do not send any cards. Do not become a victim of a scamming technique. We see that a lot, especially amongst our college community. And there's different ways to report it. You can report it to us. The Federal Trade Commission has a reporting site. The FBI also has a reporting site. U.S. Citizen Immigration Services, and then anti-phishing working groups. They also have different scamming sites that you can report those incidents to, and they can investigate it on the back end. It just helps us all out as our partners come into the mix when it comes to these scamming techniques. So with scamming, if you do decide to buy some new, Air Force One, some Michael Jordan shoes, or some red bottoms, or whatever, a new iPhone, iPad. If you do decide to do that on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or whatever, there is a safe place to do it. You can come to the UIC Police Department. We're located at 943 West Maxwell, 943 West Maxwell, 943 West Maxwell. If you know where our location is, put it in the chat. It's 943 West. Okay, I'm just, hopefully you're listening to me. But you can also report it, not report it, but send it through the Safe Exchange Zone and exchange the information, okay? And last but not least, to conclude, the UIC, again, you have almost 2 police departments in your area. When in doubt, dial 911. Dial 911, when in doubt, okay? However, if you need direct response from us, you can dial five times on any landline throughout the campus, okay? Five times, it gets us directly to our police department. We're 24/7. The Safe app, the emergency call boxes. If you need the entire number, please lock us in your favorites. And that's the emergency number, 312-355-5555. If you dial the landline 5 times, it gets us directly. Non-emergency number is also listed. If you need to contact us, the PACE unit, you can, the contact information is on the screen. Especially now that the summer started to end, we have barbecues and different picnics and stuff like that. So if you are, cooking something and you say, Sergeant Williams, hey, I want you to come by and taste, this new thing that I just cooked. Trust me, just put it in the chat, hit the email, and I will come right away. Okay. That concludes my presentation. Please, again, welcome to Chicago, welcome to UIC, and everyone, please be safe. Is there anything in the chat that I did any questions that came up? I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Williams. I think there was, I think you covered everything, and if not, the contact to reach out, please download the app.
Yes.
And as Dr. Magano also emphasized, that work alone and virtual friend walk on the app is really helpful as you're getting used to the campus. So thank you so much for all the valuable information. We appreciate your presentation, and we hope you get invited to some barbecues. I love barbecues too. So thanks again.
There was a quick question about the notifications. So when it comes to notifications, everyone is opted into a email notification, and those notifications go out if there's a crime in the area that the campus community needs to know about. So if we have a robbery on Roosevelt and Halsted, and you're in the area of Roosevelt and Halsted, you may want to avoid that area. If inclement weather comes in the area, or we have a gas leak or something, an active assailant on campus, we're going to send out those alerts It's going to come through the Safe app. It's going to come through your email. It's going to come, and you have to opt into the text message alerts if you want it to come into your text message. And you can do all that through the Safe app. So, and when it comes to notifications, yes, there. I know you said you live a block away from the campus, and there was a shooting the other day. Those alerts only come out if it's in the vicinity of campus, meaning the boundaries of state property. Sometimes if it's 2 blocks over from campus, unfortunately, those notifications don't go out. You may have to download the Citizens app, which is another great resource for Chicago residents that they use to get notified for different incidents that's in the area. So that's how notifications work. Cool. Any other?
All right.
I know we are running.
Thanks again, Sergeant Williams. Appreciate it. I know yeah, we gotta.
I get it. All right. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to
No, thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you around campus. Have a beautiful semester. Thank you. All right. Now continuing on with our incredible resources. Y'all are so lucky. You have amazing folks working at this university. It's one of the reasons I've been here so long. It's the people. It's the people that work at this university and care so much about y'all and care so much about the campus. So I want to pass it over to Dr. Fatima from the UIC Counseling Center, who's going to talk about the very significant resource we have on campus with the Counseling Center. As a graduate student myself, I use the services there. It was invaluable to be able to have a space to go and not pay $200 a session, which is what the counseling looks like right now. So Dr. Fatima, please take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to UIC. For those of you who are returning, welcome back. As Teresa said, that's the reason I'm here. All the students, great students we have and great colleagues. This is like the community. So I'm here to talk about UIC Counseling Center. My name is Dr. Fatimi, and I'm a staff psychologist at the Counseling Center. I coordinate the clinical activities. So if I can have the share screen, that would be great. Do I have that? Let's try.
You should have access. Is it?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, don't worry.
Give me a second. Closing all the tabs. Okay, let's try again. Okay. So I thought it would be maybe more helpful to just pull up the Counseling Center website, and maybe we can talk about the services we have through the website. The Counseling Center offer confidential services, means that anything you share with us is confidential. We are not going to share it with anyone, no, not your family, not your faculty, unless you give us permission by signing a release. There are exceptions to confidentiality, but other than those exceptions, everything stays in the Counseling Center and between you and your therapist. We offer a variety of services. One of the things we offer is individual therapy. Individual therapy is like an opportunity for you to meet with one of our therapists and one of our staffs. We offer short-term individual therapy. If your needs are more long-term, we refer you outside to the community. We have connections to Chicago area therapists, and then depending on your goals, your needs, we will refer you out if you want more like long-term therapy. As I said, individual therapy or short-term. Some of the common reasons the student come to the Counseling Center, one of the most common one is anxiety, depression, relationship issues, cultural, exploring identities, academic issues. These are some of the common areas we see a student coming to the Counseling Center for. We also offer relationship therapy. If you are in a relationship with someone, as long as one of you are UIC student, we will see you for relationship therapy. And then we offer group therapy. Group therapy is a long-term modality we offer at the counseling center. So as long as your goals and schedule matches the group, you can stay in the group. Group is a very good modality because we have usually 2 therapists in the group and then few students. We get to know each other and then keep meeting every week for an hour and a half. We have group in every day. We have multiple groups. Some of the common groups are depression and anxiety group, general process group for graduate student, for undergraduate students. We have a student of color group. We have men's group. We have trauma group. These are just a few examples, but the group program here at UIC Counseling Center is very robust. For coming to the counseling center, you will call the counseling center number and ask for initial consultation. This is an opportunity to meet with a therapist and discuss what is going on for you, your goals, your needs, and then at the end, coming up with like a recommendation for you. Then, you know, either you're going to be seen in the counseling center or we will refer you out to the community. This is like how the counseling center will look like. Now, mostly we are doing Zoom sessions. So the initial consultation session, which is again, the first session, it is going to be via Zoom, and then you will talk to your therapist about future sessions. During the initial consultation, there are forms you will fill out. So make sure you're coming an hour earlier to fill out your forms. We also offer psychiatric services on a limited basis. If you are interested in consulting about your need for mental health medication, we have a psychiatrist and a counseling center who will provide that service. For you in the counseling center, we don't work with any insurance. So as long as you have paid for student fees, you can be seen for free in the counseling center. As Teresa said, you know, in the community, these services are very expensive. It can cost, you know, sessions, you know, from $150 to $200 per session. So as long as you're a student here, feel free to contact us. We have a lot of great resources. You know, if you need, for example, ADHD medication management, other services, you know, just contact us and do at least an initial consultation. We offer case management if you just want to, you know, see a therapist in the community or talk about your insurance and how to use your insurance. We have a case manager who can meet with you. If you feel like you can't keep yourself safe, if you know, you feel like you're in crisis, we have 2 crisis manager every day. They're ready to meet with you and explore what's going on and connect you with resources or manage the situation, support you manage the situation. So call the counseling center number and then schedule a crisis session if you feel you or you know, a friend, for example, is experiencing a crisis. You can find the counseling center number here. It's on every page of the website, so just pull it up. We are located in the Student Center East. It is a big building, and then we are on the 2nd floor. Although, you know, now we do a lot of things virtually, so just give us a call. If you are a student, but you know, working with other students, if you are teaching and you would like us to come to your class, for example, or come to, you know, your student organization to talk about any topic. It can be mental health 101. It can be self-compassion, managing stress. These are some of the common programs we offer. We offer outreach programs, so you can come to this page and request the outreach program for your group or your organization. So we do a lot of programming. So just come here. These are some of the common ones, you know, managing anxiety, managing stress, mindfulness. If you are kind of like having a mentoring program, you want us to talk to your student about healthy relationship or mentoring your student, we offer all these topics or really any other topic you have in mind. There is a Not app. This is like an app that you can use as long as you're a UIC student. It's free. It's a good resource. If you feel like I don't want to talk to a therapist, you know, I just want to help myself, you know, with my mental health. This is a great opportunity. This is a great app. Just download it, use it, and then hopefully you will learn something about yourself and you are able to better manage stress, anxiety, or other symptoms you might be experiencing. We have, if you don't want to come to the counseling center, you just want to, find providers in the community using your insurance, you can use this page. There is like all the insurances are listed, most of them. And then for each category, there are therapists who accept those insurances and their information. There's a lot of great resources here. Just visit our website. If you have any question, let us know. Again, I'm so glad you're here, and maybe I look forward to seeing some of you in the counseling center. Any question?
Thanks, Dr. Fatemi. I do have a question. Do we know if there's any resources on the Rockford campus, and or are those students able to schedule like Zoom once they get the intake? Can they do like Zoom with the counseling center at the main campus, or do you know?
I think they have their own resources, but if you guys still have question or you want kind of like consult, let us know. We have case manager, we have like the therapists who do initial consultation, we can talk to you. But I think they also have their own resources. Okay. Thank you for having me. Take care.
So for outside referral.
Oh, sorry, Amy, it seems that there's the internet. Go ahead, Teresa.
Okay, thank you so
much. No, I'm here. Go ahead. You had a question.
Oh, no, I was saying, yeah, for referrals, folks were asking about that. Is that through you all? You all offer referrals you had talked about in the beginning.
If you have insurance and then you want to know how to use your insurance or who accept your insurance in the community, you can go to our website. There is a list of therapists there that you can just look, explore. But if you kind of like have question and you have difficulty getting connected to your therapist to a therapist in the community, we have a case manager who can meet with you and explore different options, and hopefully you will get connected to a therapist in the community. A lot of insurance and student here, they have campus care as their insurance. So if your insurance is campus care, you can go to family medicine, and then through family medicine, you get referral to maybe NPI or other places in the community. But if you're interested to use your campus care for long-term therapy, we will send you to family medicine for referral.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for all the valuable information. And hopefully there's so many resources now. I remember when I was a grad student, there was not this many. So check them out, y'all. The counseling center is fantastic. Don't wait until it's the very end of the semester. If you're starting to feel something or you need, that's when everyone's going. So if you're starting to feel like you would like to talk to somebody, my personal recommendation from talking to a lot of students over the years is start early, get in there before the end of the semester to even just to be able to chat. So thank you so much again, and we appreciate you, and have a wonderful semester.
Sure. Take care.
Seeing you. Thank you. All right. I think we're going to do, Jody, if it's okay with you, I might do a quick switch and we'll do campus care, and then we'll go to the rest of our resources if that sounds good. Fantastic. All right, y'all, we have a little bit more, the important stuff. All of this stuff is the important stuff. But we have Angela Staley from Campus Care here to tell you, this is always, Angela's the most popular for years of orientation of everybody wants. So it's like, hey, we're going to make you a crown next year, Angela, that says everybody wants to know about Campus Care. So I'm going to throw it over to Angela, who's going to talk about Campus Care, and then stay around for questions for a little bit. And then we'll go on to the rest of our resources, and then we'll be having a break. So
all right, sounds great. So let me get back to slide one here for you. So I'm Angela Staley. I'm from the Office of Campus Care. I'm going to go over the health insurance that we offer to students here at the university. Health insurance is mandatory. The university requires every single student who's enrolled in courses to maintain major medical health insurance the entire time that you're registered. So what happens is students are automatically enrolled in the Campus Care plan and assessed that fee on your tuition. Students are then given the option to waive Campus Care by showing proof of other health insurance. So what I'll do is first I'll go over a brief overview of the Campus Care program, how to use that insurance, and then I'll go over with you how to waive out of Campus Care if you have other insurance that you want to use while you're here. Couple things to know about us. We work in conjunction with the Student Health Service Fee to provide comprehensive benefits, and we are an online program. Everything I'm going over with you, as well as some other great information, can be found on our website, which is campuscare.uic.edu. Campus Care works like a traditional HMO plan. Your primary care services begin with family medicine. That's the UI Health Department of Family Medicine. That's located on the East Campus. It's at the corner of Maxwell and Halsted in the University Village building. All of your non-emergency care should start there, and then obtain authorized referrals for your specialty care services. Most of our specialty services are through the UI Health Hospital and Health Sciences system, and that is located on the West Campus at the corner of Taylor and Wood. Why choose Campus Care over some of the other plans that are available to you in the marketplace? We have absolutely no deductible. We are going to cover you at 100% from day one with minimal out-of-pocket expenses. You'll have some small copays for your services. We do include a pharmacy benefit. We don't exclude for pre-existing conditions. And we are one of the most affordable student health benefit programs in the Chicago area. We also meet minimal essential coverage underneath the Affordable Care Act. And under the Affordable Care Act, we are required to send every single one of our members a 1095B tax form. The easiest way for you to get that tax form is to download it from our website. In order for us to provide that to you electronically, you have to give us permission. So coming up in October, you'll get an email with us for instructions on how to do that. I just urge you, please elect to get this form electronically. The ones that we do mail out, I get thousands back as completely undeliverable. It's definitely easiest for you to just be able to download that form when you need it for your taxes. And keep an eye on your email too. I know that you get a lot of emails, but emails from cchealth@uic.edu are only going to come when there's something you need to do. We're going to email you when it's time to get your tax forms. We're going to email you when it's time to waive out again each academic year. And we're going to email you when it's time to sign up for summer coverage. Keep an eye out for emails from cchealth@uic.edu. Take a moment, read them, make sure that you've done what we're reminding you to do. It could end up saving you a lot of money while you're here at UIC. Quick snapshot of our benefits summary. We have a much longer benefits summary on our website. We also have a certificate of coverage that goes deep down into the nitty-gritty of what we cover. But as you can see here, we cover most things at 100% minus a small copay. Your office visits, whether that's with family medicine or with a specialist, will have a $15 copay. Inpatient hospital admissions have a $50 per day copay. Outpatient hospital procedures, these are things like outpatient surgery, lab tests, MRIs, x-rays, those are all covered at 100%, provided that you go in network. And then for an ER visit, if you go to UI Health, that's going to be covered at 100% minus a $50 copay. We do cover out-of-network ERs at usual and customary, which is 70% minus your $50 copay. We do cover things like physical therapy. I'll go over vision and dental a little bit later. And we do have temporary policy changes right now due to the COVID-19 pandemic. For our students who are not in the area, it provides options for them during the pandemic. So you can check our website out. At the top, we have a link to the COVID-19 page where we have all of those policies. This just shows the physical addresses of the Family Medicine Center and the hospital. Most important thing on this page is this phone number right here in this center. Family Medicine has a physician on call 24/7, 365 to direct your care. If you're ever in a position where you're not sure if what you're experiencing health-wise is an emergency, something that you can go to an urgent care visit for, or if you should wait and see family medicine for the next appointment, you can contact them and they will provide you direction of care. Please note, this is the only time that Campus Care covers urgent care, is if you contact your primary care physician, again, 24/7, 365, and they tell you that you need to go to urgent care, then that would be a covered benefit. We do offer a pharmacy benefit. If you walk into one of these two pharmacies, the University Village Pharmacy is right across the hallway from Family Medicine. And then the Eye and Ear Infirmary Pharmacy is currently located about a block west of the hospital. They will be moving to right across the street from the hospital when the new surgery center opens up. And we'll send out information to all of our members once that move happens, so you're aware of the new location. But you walk into one of these two pharmacies, all that you'll pay upfront is our copay. Our copays are $10 for generic, $20 for brand, and then anything not listed on our formulary has a $40 copay plus 10% coinsurance. We have a pretty extensive formulary. It's available on our website. If you go to campuscare.uic.edu, click on benefits, click on pharmacy, there is a link to our formulary, so you can take a look there and see if your medication is listed. We do allow you to go to any pharmacy you want. Like if you want to go to Walgreens, you want to go to Target, you want to go to a local neighborhood pharmacy, that's fine. The only difference is because we are such a small self-funded student health benefit plan, there is no way for those large pharmacies to bill us directly. So what you'll need to do is you will need to pay upfront for the entire cost of your medication and then submit a claim to us for reimbursement. It is a process that happens through the mail. It can take about 4 to 6 weeks for you to get that reimbursement check back. Definitely the cheapest upfront out-of-pocket cost to you would be just to go to the in-network pharmacies, but you are more than welcome to use any pharmacy that you choose. And we have instructions on our website on how to submit that claim to us. You'll just need to make sure that you hang on to the original receipt, and then that prescription information pamphlet is what you'll need to send in to us, as well as a cover letter with your name and UIN. This is a Campus Care ID card. We're not going to mail this to you. When we send out our 1095B forms, we get thousands back as undeliverable. The same thing would happen with ID cards. So you can go to our website and you can print this out. We recommend doing it once every academic year. Just know that when you go anywhere at UI Health, you can use your iCard. Your Campus Care member ID is your UIN at the university, and Family Medicine, the hospital, they all know how to bill us directly. Have this handy though, just in case you end up at an urgent care or at an out-of-network emergency room. That way they can bill us directly and you'll have that information handy. We do pay for one routine eye exam per year. That is at the Eye and Ear Infirmary on campus or at the Millennium Park Center, which is in downtown Chicago. Any other vision services beyond that, such as a contact lens fitting or purchasing glasses or contacts, and all of your dental services go through a third-party vision and discount dental program, or a vision and dental discount program. And what this does is it provides members a discount at providers who are in network with United Health programs. And the way you would find out who is in network is you would go to our website, click on benefits, click on Vision Dental. We also have a hearing program. You would go to locate provider. You'd put in your zip code. A list of providers in your area will populate, as well as a general idea of what level of discount they're going to be providing you. Because we don't run this program, we don't have the most up-to-date information. So questions about this should be sent to United Health programs regarding that discount. We are currently in an open enrollment period. During an open enrollment period is when you are able to waive out of Campus Care and then add and delete dependents. We have an open enrollment period every single semester. They always start at least 45 days prior to the start of the semester, and we let the open enrollment period go about 3 weeks after the beginning of the semester to give student time to fill out our forms. This is for fall. The deadline date is September 12th. This is a hard and fast deadline date. If you do not get your waiver into us or your add or delete dependent to us by September 12th, no matter how much we may want to help you in our office, it is out of our hands at that point. So please get your forms in, get your waivers in, get your add or delete dependent forms into us via our website prior to 11:59 p.m. on September 12th. Okay. Now, as I said, we do have open enrollment periods every semester. So if you don't waive out for the fall, you can do so in the spring, and same thing for the summer. Just know that waivers are good for one academic year. That's fall, spring, and summer in that order. All waivers expire at the end of summer. The only exception to that is if you were a student prior to fall of 2014. All waivers that were submitted prior to fall of 2014 are permanent and never come off your account. If you were a student here prior to 2014, you can always give our office a call and we can let you know whether or not you have one of those permanent waivers. So in order to waive campus care, you do have to have ACA compliant coverage. And you would need to go to our website and fill out a waiver form. This is the only way that we accept waivers, is through our website. You can't fax anything to us. There are no paper forms to fill out. Please don't email us your health insurance information. And we do not accept waivers from other departments. If you have to show your health insurance information to anyone else on this campus, or when you applied to UIC, you put down that you didn't need the health insurance, those aren't waivers. Unless you've gone to our website, you filled out our waiver form, and you've gotten an approval email, you have not waived campus care. All right. So what you'll do is you'll go to our website. From our homepage underneath the skyline, you'll see a button that says waivers. You'll click that button. You'll sign in with your net ID and password. And then you can scroll down to the box that says make a new request, and you'll see request waiver for fall 2022. This is also where you'll go to print your ID card and add or remove dependents from coverage. Once you click the request waiver for fall 2022, a form field is going to show up. We need 4 pieces of information. We need your health insurance company's name. We need your ID number, a group number if it applies. If you don't have a group number, not all insurance companies do, just put NA or none. And then we need the customer service phone number for your health insurance company. Please make sure it's the customer service phone number and it's not your primary care physician's phone number. The number one reason that we have to deny waivers is because we get the wrong phone number. We actually call your health insurance company and we need to verify that. So make sure you're giving us the right phone number. Once you click that submit button, you're going to see a tracking number that will show up on your screen right away. And it will also be emailed to your UIC email address. If you do not see a tracking number, something went wrong with that waiver submission. Go back through, make sure you correct any errors and submit that. You will know the waiver was submitted correctly when you get that tracking number. It'll come to our office within 3 to 5 business days at the most. Usually it's much faster than that. We will provide an email back letting you know if it was accepted or denied. Now, the only reason we deny waivers is if we get the wrong phone number, or if we get health insurance that isn't ACA compliant or has expired. If we deny your waiver, it will say so in the email, and you'll have a chance to come back in and fill that out correctly as long as you do it by our deadline date of September 12th. Campus Care is a semester-based program. The fall semester is $697, and coverage starts tomorrow on August 16th, and it goes through the end of the year on December 31st. Spring coverage begins right away on January 1st and goes through mid-May. That is also a $697 fee for the semester. And then summer semester, it's a shorter number of weeks, and that's $445. We do allow students to sign up for summer coverage if you're not enrolled in courses. If you have spring coverage through Campus Care and you want to have summer coverage, you would just need to fill out a form this coming spring, letting us know that you're interested in that coverage and that we can charge you. We do have additional cost for adding a spouse, a civil union partner, and eligible children onto your plan. We have more information about that on our website, and you can also give us a call and we can walk you through how to add dependents onto your plan if that's something you're interested in. We're a really small office. Campus Care has 3 employees. Right now we are working remotely. So if you call us, you will get our voicemail. Leave a message. We're returning voicemails throughout the day. But the fastest way to get an answer from us is to email us at cchealth@uic.edu. You can also use the contact us link on the website. So that is what I have for the presentation. Teresa, do we have time for questions?
We do have time for questions. We have a few. Which I
Okay.
think some of them we answered. I mean, as always, you've answered. Let's see. I'm going back to the beginning. So we already talked about when we can access this. Let's see. Am I able to defer campus care for the fall semester, but get it for the spring semester? And
Yes.
apologies if you answered that already.
Yes, I did forget to mention, we allow currently enrolled students to reinstate at any time for any reason. We want you to have coverage. So if you lose your health insurance coverage or you just want campus care, you log back into the campus care system, and in place of that waiver, you'll see a reinstatement form.
And I know you covered the specific list of available places or hospitals that folks can go. So if they go to campus care website, they can access that, correct?
Yes. Also, there are additional locations
Let's
in Rockford and
see.
Victoria for those students.
Awesome. Folks who said they have a tuition waiver on the offer letter, it says campus care might be covered. How do they know? That would be something they contact with their departments if it's through their tuition waiver.
Yep.
I would presume you all don't deal with that aspect. Okay, so then that's going to be contacting your department or whoever's tuition waiver to find out about that coverage. Let's see. We are opted into campus care by default, right? I don't have to do anything at the moment, question mark?
Correct. Unless you were a student prior to 2014 and you had a waiver on file, everybody else, you are opted in by default. If you want campus care, there's nothing you need to do. And starting tomorrow, you'll be able to download your ID card and see that you're eligible.
Awesome. So important to have the health insurance. I have a question. I'm on the ACA marketplace as an individual. Does campus care constitute as a workplace option that disqualifies me from ACA marketplace coverage? I don't really know.
We are a self-funded student health benefit plan. We are not a marketplace option or a workplace option. So no, it does not disqualify you.
As an international student, I purchased health insurance that provided from UIC. Do I have to purchase this insurance too? Is there something special for international students in their purchase of campus care or?
So I know that students who are on a specific visa, I think it's an J or an F, are required to have a different health insurance. You can use that to waive out of campus care as long as it covers you in the United States for major medical.
Can we get coverage through referrals if we travel out of state? And I know you mentioned the emergency situation that folks can do that.
So currently through the end of the semester, we'll determine at the end of the semester where the pandemic is and whether or not that will continue.
If we do not need coverage this semester, but do need it in the spring, we'd still submit a waiver.
Yeah, you would submit your waiver for fall, and then in the spring, you can submit your reinstatement form.
Great. And I'm sorry, I'm not filtering these as I'm just reading versus my brain going, that was already answered. All right. Okay. General information about the graduate assistant dental and vision program. Is that?
The one through the graduate school, we have nothing to do with. That is part of the graduate school. You would need to reach out to them. Campus care members have their own vision and dental discount program through United Health Programs.
Is there mental health coverage with campus care?
Absolutely. You would need to contact your family medicine provider and then get an authorized referral, but it's covered 100% with a $15 copay if you have that authorized referral.
All right. I'm seeing some individual questions, y'all, that maybe you should reach out if it's a very individualized question. I'm trying to get to the questions that are general. Is it possible to get referred to specialists out of network if you have established care for them with them for a long period of time?
That would be at the discretion of our medical director, but typically if we are able to offer a service that is in network, we do not refer out of network for that.
Can you cancel campus care at any time if the medical benefits change?
I'm unsure what the question is about the medical benefits changing. The medical benefits with campus care, our certificate of coverage for the next academic year is set, so they won't change. And no, you cannot cancel campus care at any time. It has to be during an open enrollment period.
All right. If you currently have an insurance from an employer, is there a benefit to using campus care, do you think?
Oh, that's a very good question. It depends on what your primary insurance is. We would be secondary. We're secondary to everything except Medicaid. And so what that means is if your primary insurance has a deductible or their copays are higher than ours, we would pick up where your primary insurance left off.
Awesome. All right, and I'm gonna take two more, y'all, because we have to keep going. But I have a question. If you already paid your tuition bill with the healthcare charge on it, but now you don't need it, is that something that gets refunded once you fill out the waiver?
Yes.
Okay. Are you, sorry, I'm reading these. If you're a graduate student receiving insurance, is it campus care or something separate?
Campus care is
also, do you have, go ahead, sorry.
Campus care is the only student insurance that UIC has, unless you're in the global international program.
Yes. So that's the coverage they're talking about. Wonderful. All right, I think, sorry, y'all, I think we got to most of them. If we missed any of them, apologies. But thank you so much, Angela, for all of the valuable information. There was a question about slide access, if that's possible, to have those slides so they can refer to those, and we can possibly get those out. Any of the handout stuff we can get out to the students when we post the orientation. So thanks again, Angela.
Welcome.
We'll have the crown next year. Maybe we'll be back next year. And good luck with, again, these small offices, y'all, these rock stars in these small offices, just getting it all done. So thanks again, Angela, and hope you have a wonderful semester. We'll see you soon. Thanks, all.
See you soon. Bye.
All right. All right. And then section, we'll be hearing from this semester, and who I feel lucky to work with, a PhD student in education. Jody Aguilar is going to go over some important resources that y'all should know about, and some of them that are already been mentioned, but Jody's gonna take it over for a couple of minutes. So Jody, throwing it over to you.
Thank you so much. Give me a second to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Good. Okay, 1 second.
I see it.
Awesome. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm trying to get the formatting right so I can also read what I need to read. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the UIC Graduate Student Orientation. My name is Jody Aguilar, pronouns they, them. As I mentioned before, I am the graduate assistant to Teresa Christensen Caballero. I will be going over a few very important resources that a lot of you all have been asking for throughout this presentation. I do want to say that I will be referencing some links in my presentation that I will put in the chat after I present. can't necessarily do that at the same time, so be patient with me. And if there is a link that I did not provide, feel free to send another message and I will follow up. So just a quick agenda. First, I'll be going over the iCard, which is your UIC identification, and your UPass card, how to obtain it, questions. Second is going over the Centers for Cultural Understanding and Social Change. And third, looking over the food pantry resources that we have on campus. So iCard. Your iCard is your official permanent ID card that will be used as long as you attend or are employed by the University of Illinois at Chicago. It will give you access to appropriate services and facilities on campus. The iCard is your key to many of the following services on campus, like Dragon Dollar and Flames Fair, libraries, campus recreation centers, parking, and computer lab printing. Submit My Photo allows eligible university community members to upload their own photo for use on their iCard. Submit My Photo is open to new and returning employees and students for new and replacement iCards. Mailing of iCards has been discontinued. Therefore, please visit the link presented here for more information. We encourage patrons needing iCards to first attempt to submit your photo online using Submit My Photo. Cards will normally be ready for pickup the next business day or sooner. If you cannot submit a photo, please contact ID Center at uic.edu for more information, or visit your office to have your card issued in person. Office visitors are expected to observe distancing measures whenever possible and wear a mask in accordance with campus policy. SCE ID Center is open 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday for iCard issuance and pickup and UPass services. Please continue to email id@uic.edu or call 312-413-5940 for inquiries. Photos submitted via email to idcenter@uic.edu will be rejected. Patrons not able to use Submit My Photo should visit the SCE office in person to have a photo taken for an ID card. Okay, the fall 2022 CTA UPass program will be completely different than in the prior fall and spring semesters. All students will be set to opt-out status by default at the start of each semester. If you do not wish to utilize the UPass benefit, there is no action to take. The fall 2022 UPass distribution will occur August 17th, 18th, 19th, 22nd, and 23rd in the SCE Bowling Alley, which is located at 750 South Halsted Street, Chicago, Illinois 60607 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Students are encouraged to opt in, meaning that you want to receive a CTA UPass at least 3 weeks before the semester to ensure that your UPass is available and loaded with the benefit prior to the start of the semester. Fall UPass will be active from August 17th through December 14th. The deadline to opt in for fall 2022 UPass is September 11th at 11:59 p.m. After September 11th, the status cannot change for the duration of the fall session. Students who drop below 6 credit hours prior to the auto-drop deadline will have their UPass deactivated. Students who opt in but are not registered with the required minimum credit hours will not be eligible and will not be assessed the fee. Last year, the UPass fee that was assessed to my account was $163. So just be mindful that all of this is also reflected in your student fees in your student account. UIC Pop-Up Food Pantry. The mission of the UIC Food Pantry is to exclusively serve registered UIC students who are experiencing food insecurity while attending the University of Illinois at Chicago. Food Pantry is open Wednesdays and Thursdays 1 to 4 p.m. at Student Center East Tower, Montgomery Ward Gallery, room 213, behind the elevators. Make sure you are prepared before visiting UIC Pop-Up Pantry. Bring your iCard, reusable bags, and face masks required. Each pantry user is allowed to shop up to twice a month. Every visit, you will sign in electronically and swipe your iCard. Shopping is based on a point system. Shoppers can get a total of 8 points per visit. Food items in the pantry are labeled according to how many points they are worth. Please be mindful that due to limited supplies and quantities of these items, some of these items, they may be gone before you arrive to the shop. If you are a new user to the UIC pop-up pantry, you will need to register. Please stop by the Wellness Center, Suite 238, with your iCard from between Monday through Friday of the hours 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. The Wellness Center is located past the inner circle behind the Circle Burger. Since the pantry is based on donations, individuals are first come, first served. So we have quite a few cultural centers on campus. I'll be going briefly through each one. So the Arab American Cultural Center is a welcoming space for Arab and Muslim students seeking to build community and anyone interested in fostering solidarity and cultural diversity on campus. The Asian American Resource and Cultural Center, established in 2005, promotes the intellectual and personal growth of UIC students, staff, and faculty, and advocates for greater success, equity, and inclusion of Asian Americans. The Disability Cultural Center, established as a new center in the spring of 2018, is to continue engaging in cultural, social, and educational programming and community outreach to advance the understanding of disability experience as a source of pride, knowledge, and artistic expression. The Gender and Sexuality Center, GSC, promotes deeply engaged and life-affirming thinking, learning, and action for students, faculty, staff, alumni, and community members. Programs are informed by an understanding of intersecting identities and diversity within the LGBTQIA communities. The Latino Cultural Center, LCC, engages campus and local communities to deepen understandings of the diverse cultural heritages and identities of Latinx issues affecting their lives and creative solutions they are using to improve community life. Through institutional intervention, support, advocacy, and education, the mission of the Women's Leadership Resource Center, WLRC, is to create a welcoming and equitable environment in which women are able to pursue their educational career and aspirations, free from institutional barriers, oppression, and violence. These are a few flyers from events that have happened in the previous semester. As you'll see, a lot of the events that happen on campus happen intersectionally. While it might be housed in a specific cultural center, it is usually always planned alongside other accompanying cultural centers. Yeah. And a few reminders, we will be having a few socials. The first is a paleta or popsicle social, August 22nd. I need to fix that, at 3 p.m. at the west entry of University Hall. RSVP is required, and don't worry, I will send that information. Make sure to bring your masks and also practice social distancing to keep everyone safe. The next social is a virtual coffee social. I will be hosting that on August 26th, 2022 at 2 p.m. Via Zoom. An RSVP is also required. So go ahead and bring your favorite beverage and get ready to engage in some activities to get to know the graduate student body a little better. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much, Jody, for all that information. And you will be getting an email probably later this afternoon with the flyers as well as the links to sign up for these socials. I know that we do have some questions, but in the interest of like time, and I know people need a little break. We're running a little behind, but I want people to be able to go to the restroom or like get some water or whatever you need. So we're running a little bit behind, but we're going to take at least like a 5-minute break to be able to go do that, and then hopefully we can answer the questions in the chat. Y'all, we aren't, we're not the UPass office, and that and ask them where you can pick up, when you can pick up. They should be emailing you if it's ready, but if not, shoot them an email or head to the office to pick that up. I know we had a question about Rockford campus. I'm looking into that right now, and hopefully we can figure out about the iCard information for there. So we'll get to your questions as best we can, but we're trying to keep rolling because we are on a timeline. And thank you, Jody, for all the amazing information and resources that we have. So I'm gonna let us, if we can just do a 5-minute break. I know our student panelists are here. But if folks want to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at, let's see, 24, like 12:29 Central Time. If we can just come back, we'll be a couple minutes late, but go ahead and take a break for 5 minutes and we'll see you in a second. Okay, see y'all. Well, that information's wrong, but at least it's cute. All right, all. I hope everyone could take a tiny little break. I know it wasn't long. And we're gonna get started in just a second. All right. So let me share so we can see everyone's names, information. Could have cute little slides, but then we just kept going. So, all right. So next we are going to have our graduate student panel. This is usually one of the more popular favorite parts of the orientation, where you get to hear from some of your colleagues, future colleagues who are current graduate students at UIC right now, that just have some words of wisdom to share with you about their experiences in graduate school, and just some advice they'd like to share. So I am actually just going to now be quiet for a little bit, which is nice. And I'm going to throw it over to our grad student panelists, who are first going to introduce themselves, and then I'll talk about a question that they're going to be answering for today. So welcome, welcome all, and then whoever wants to start, please go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Kyungin Lee. I'm a second year computer science PhD student. I study causal inference and machine learning with Professor Elena Jeleva. And yeah, I'm originally from South Korea.
Hi everyone, my name is Javin D'Souza. I'm a master's student in the Urban Higher Education program in the College of Education. I'm also pursuing a graduate certificate in disability ethics. For the past year, I was a graduate assistant at the Disability Cultural Center. And this year I'll be a graduate assistant at the Center for Student Involvement. I'm from the city of Chicago, Illinois, but I went to undergrad at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. That's about it for me.
I am Kelly. I'm currently starting my 5th year in the GEMS PhD program, and I work in the Koloff lab in the Department of Physiology, and I work mostly on studying amino acid metabolism in breast cancer. And I'm not originally from Chicago, but I came here for undergrad at DePaul, so I've been in the city for about 10 years now.
Hi everyone, my name is Miriam, and I am going into my 2nd year in the College of Nursing. I am in the grad entry program too, so shout out to all my future nurses in the group. I currently work in the Department of Bioengineering with Bayer Lab, so I am a clinical lead for 2 different research studies. One is called Moment, which is where we try to figure out the link between a pregnant woman's microbiota and their mood fluctuations throughout the duration of their pregnancy. And I'm also in charge of Preemie, which is essentially looking at the same thing, but instead of looking at mood, we try to look for the markers that would indicate preterm birth. I was born and raised in Chicago, so I lived here all of my life, never really ventured out unless I kind of have to. And I actually went to undergrad here at UIC. So I kind of know the ins and outs of the university. So that's it for me.
And my name is Jennifer Zavala. Usually I go by Jenny, and I am in the Urban Higher Ed program from the College of Ed. And I'm also a graduate assistant for the Academic Center for Excellence. I serve as the coordinator for the Peer Success Coach coordinator position, where I work with young students that want to peer mentor other students. And I was born and raised on the south side of Chicago, and I guess the only time I ventured out was when I did my undergrad at U of I. So I ventured out to the cornfield.
All right, well, welcome to our panelists, and thank you for being here today and taking the time to share your knowledge and experiences with all of our incoming students and your future colleagues. So as a group, the panel kind of decided, instead of following, 1, 2, 3 questions, that really they have experience, they have advice, they have knowledge that they want to share about something maybe they wished they knew that when they were sitting in your seat. Orientation. So folks are going to share and go around, what something you wish you knew when you were in the position of our students that are what's something advice that you wish that you could have given yourself, or what's a significant piece of advice that you would like to share with the group. So anyone is totally welcome to start, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
All right, I mean, I'm happy to kick us off. I've been here, I think, one of the longest amounts of time now, starting on my 5th year. So looking back, I mean, I think just finding a mentor, grad school is all about finding a mentor and then completing your thesis project in whatever form that takes. And I think it's just really important to find somebody that you can communicate with just really easily, because you are going to have to talk to them about your successes, your failures, about, roadblocks that you're having. And so finding somebody not only that's interested in what you're interested in, but who's going to be able to support you and talk you through kind of the ups and downs and, just the whole process of creating this, thesis work is the biggest thing. And I know that I got really lucky, but it took me a while my first year to really find that person. And now it's 4 years later. So that's the biggest thing for me, at least.
Kelly, can I ask, like, how did you find that person, or what were some things that were important to you as you were trying to find that mentor? And maybe some other folks are going to talk about that too.
Yeah, so at least in most of the PhD programs, especially in the science research ones, you do a series of rotations during your first year where you're able to kind of try out different research labs that you might want to work in. And so I went through, I did my regular standard 3 rotations, and I wasn't really finding labs that I felt like I could communicate with. Like, it was great research, it was interesting, but my learning style and my teaching style didn't really mesh with each of the professors as well as I wanted it to, or we both wanted it to, because you have to have those conversations at the end of each rotation. And so finally I did a 4th rotation, and I sat down with John, my mentor, and he and I could just easily talk, and we could just say, here's what the expectations are, here's what the project's going to be. And over the 4 years, I've been able to be like, hey, this isn't working. Like, things are not working in the lab. My project, I'm worried about it. I need a little bit of encouragement, or I need a little bit of advice. And it's been really easy to just be open with him about what's working and what's not. And so it's, in my program, at least, I know that all the colleges kind of do it differently, but we have to go through 3 rotations, and I actually went through a 4th one. But it works out. So also, don't be discouraged if you don't find like your perfect fit right away.
I can go ahead and go next. So I think the biggest thing that I wish I knew before I got into grad school was just learning how to adjust to like really big changes. So comparing undergrad to graduate school is a completely different beast out here. There's so many changes that happen, and you kind of have to learn how to adapt. I think the biggest change for me was just learning how to change my learning style for a lot of different classes, because when I first came in, I carried a lot of stuff that I had from undergrad. So I thought I did pretty well, just like being an auditory learner and just kind of thinking like, that's how I'm going to cruise through my 2.5 years in nursing school. But then I realized very quickly that it's not going to work out like that. So the biggest changes that I have to do is just learn different techniques that would help me retain information a lot better. Especially with this one class that I had probably the spring semester was the toughest class that I've taken in this program thus far. And so what I really had to like really buckle down on is just, okay, so I can't just like sit down and listen to these lectures and think I'm just going to retain all this information. What more do I have to do? So that's when I learned that I work better as an interactive learner. So I need to get my hands on things in order to learn. And clinicals really did help with retaining information. And I think another big change I had to learn was just scheduling wise, because I'm just going to be pretty honest. The first semester of nursing school for me was really laid back. So I thought, hey, this is going to be the same thing like throughout my program. I learned very quickly the spring semester, it was not going to be like that. I was stressed out. I didn't know. I didn't know what to do, but you know, it takes time to really understand like how you work and how to adjust yourself into a different environment. Because I think most of us can agree here that grad school is intense no matter what program that you go into. So while I can only speak on nursing, I can just pretty much say, you know, be prepared for when you really have to like switch things around, change things around.
Okay, I can go next. I want to encourage everyone to try and stay active in the UIC and the Chicago community. A lot of students commute here, so you just go to class and then go home. So I try to like really make my life outside of that. And that could be like joining student clubs, networking with students outside of your department, or just attending conferences. There's a lot just happening in Chicago, and you can either get funding from the department or some of them are free. So I really encourage you to like look into those. And even just being a TA or RA on campus really helps. It personally helps you identify your own interest or your career path. But professionally, it's also really good to have on your resume. So I think those are good experiences to have. And I just saw like on the chat something about stress, and going along with that, I try to like go biking a lot and explore Chicago. Like there's a lot of fun thing to do here. Yeah, and especially if you have UPass, like you can really go to many places. So doing that and like really networking, I think personally helped for me. So yes.
Hi there, this is Javin. To go off of the networking piece, one thing that I've been thinking about for a long time now, and this is something that I didn't expect when I came into my program. So for context, when I graduated college in 2021, so last year, and I came straight to grad school right afterwards. So I just had the summer break as my break. And one thing I didn't expect was the diversity in the classroom was pretty large, and that could be in a variety of contexts, but I'm particularly thinking about age and experience, and Jenny can probably speak on this too, but in our urban higher ed program, at least, I imagine it would be a similar dynamic for a lot of other programs. There's a lot of people that come into the program from a different place. And in terms of age, for example, there's people in our program that are like me in my early 20s, people that are in their late 20s, 30s, 40s, even like a few 50-year-old folks, so many different kinds of ages and backgrounds. And therefore, there's so many people coming in with different experiences. And in terms of the networking piece, I think everyone has something to offer. That's probably one of the biggest takeaways. There's people that are older, that have a lot of work experience that is very valuable to us, to like younger folks. And younger folks have some, new ideas and new perspectives on things that have been going on for so long, and maybe perhaps want to create a change or something like that, right? So, exchanging those ideas, no matter what your background, is going to be really paramount to your success in the program. Like building that network and getting to know anyone that you can will be beneficial to you. And everyone has something to share, so much knowledge and wisdom, right? Another thing I want to touch on is the resources on campus that you can use. So I think Jody earlier mentioned the Centers for Cultural Understanding and Social Change, or CCUSC. And those resources are very, very accessible to everybody. So, you might have you might think like, oh, these resources are just for undergrads. Not necessarily. A lot of resources that are at the university are available for graduate students, and we would highly encourage you to use them. At the Disability Cultural Center, the center is there to help disabled students develop their identity, build community with one another, and a variety of other things like putting on cultural event programming at a large scale. And all the cultural centers do something like that. And so if there's a cultural center, or if there's like a space on campus that you think that you would want to identify with or you want to participate in, like, always ask, like no one's going to turn you away. They'll point you in the right direction, or they'll welcome you with open arms. These resources are there for you, and it's in your interest to use them. But those are some of the things I've been thinking about coming into my program.
So similarly, kind of going off of Javin's point of meeting people in different spaces and times, I know that a lot of programs you do end up with people who are in the profession, some of the professions that you honestly are in school to get to that point. So one of the most intentional things that I did before starting grad school was just kind of giving myself a pep talk to try to avoid as much imposter syndrome as possible. Even though it's pretty unavoidable, sometimes it will be a creeping feeling, and it might come in your first year or even your second year or even your last semester there. And it's just to give yourself a pep talk and tell yourself that your opinions and your voice in that class are valid and they're important. Like Javin said, everyone has a different insight in the class. So you just sharing your opinion or what you think of like a piece that you're studying in the course is really valuable to everybody. And I think that was like the biggest advice that I gave myself that I feel like I should share.
Awesome. These are all so important. On Jenny's last point, I think that's something we even talked about as we got together as a panel. Right? There's a time you're going to feel like, oh my gosh, what am I doing here? And you're here for a reason. You were selected for a reason. You're here as a graduate student because you were meant to be here. And so don't let anybody's talk of like, oh, I know this author. Do you know these five papers? Sorry, I'm imitating the people that did that in the first class I went to on campus, even here at UIC many years ago, right? And you're like, oh my God, I don't know those 3 authors. And you're like, oh, I feel bad about that. So, but don't, because we've all been there, everyone's been there, and you do belong. So Kelly, were you gonna say something? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I saw a question in the chat that I think kind of goes along with this as well. Sort of the imposter syndrome, and like, how do you find your niche? How do you find your topic? And how do you find, like some people that you really want to work with? And I know, like, for me, I didn't come in being like, I have to study breast cancer, or like, whatever. I came in just really enjoying science and really wanting to I was like, I like genetics. Like, I don't know. Like, I was just kind of like, I had done some research. I had a very small amount of experience coming out of undergrad at DePaul on the north side. And I think it really is just about exploring, giving yourself time and not feeling so rushed. I know my cohort and a few of the other ones, there was almost this like crazy race to find your spot, to find your mentor, to find your topic, and to start your thesis work immediately. And I think, I try to tell every new incoming class, like, be patient with yourself, take time to explore those things. Just because you don't have the answer in your first semester doesn't mean that it's not going to develop into a great thesis. And so a little bit of like what Jenny said, and I think give yourself time. Give yourself time. There's a lot going on. Today is a very long day for you guys. It's only going to keep going. And then, I guess a new question is like, how much did undergrad work prepare you? a little bit. So like Miriam touched on, like it's a different world here, like grad school is a different level. It is a very different level. And even students in my year who got their master's before starting a PhD, they felt it too. So every level is a new level, and just be prepared to put in the work.
So maybe we can throw that out to the group, those kind of two questions about, well, what if I don't really know about my topic and how did you find it? Oh, do I have to know it right away? And also, as kind of Miriam and Kelly have talked about this kind of difference between kind of undergrad and grad, maybe if anybody else wants to chime in on that, what that difference was for you.
I can start. So actually the biggest difference between undergrad and grad for me, I mean, in my undergrad I did advertising, in my grad I did education. So I think that the biggest thing was being surrounded around by peers who had similar passions and interests, and really like everything that they said in the classes and everything really educated me and motivated me in different aspects of education. So it really only allowed me to grow in my passion and my love for education and helping other students. So I feel like that was probably the biggest change in a good way. I guess in the more drastic way, and the other way was like the coursework was different. It's more writing intensive. It's a lot of critical thinking, motivated and everything like that. So it was really different in that sense, but it all feels very worth it because I feel like in your grad experience, you're here because you want to grow your understanding of something you already care about or you're already passionate about. And so now you have that opportunity and all you have to do is like ask questions. And the more people you meet, like the more professors, the more departments that you meet, the more you have the opportunity to learn different aspects of something that you care about. So I feel like grad school is kind of like allowing you an opportunity to get a hold of a key that will unlock so many more opportunities to learn.
For me, during undergrad, like I always had like classes to take and like things were really nicely cut out for me. But in grad school, especially since I'm in a PhD program, I felt like I was just left with lots of time and like stuff to like, I need to find stuff to do and I need to figure out how to like manage my time. And I think time management was like the biggest thing for me. And I'm still struggling, but I encourage you to like talk to your professor or like your mentor, like they can help or like give you advice on like how to manage your time better and how to really like make the most out of your grad school. So yes, that's my another advice.
Hi, this is Javin. I'll answer both questions. The first one I believe was about finding your niche or how do you navigate that. So my story is that when I was an undergrad, I created a disability culture organization, like a student org. And that was like the defining characteristic or moment of my undergrad years. And it really changed my life. And so when I got to graduate school, I actually had only enrolled, and I didn't know there was a disability cultural center at UIC. I just enrolled at UIC because it was a school that I knew pretty well from being from Chicago, and like I had the program I wanted in urban higher ed, so I enrolled. I applied and I enrolled. And when I got to grad school, I managed to get a graduate assistantship with the Disability Cultural Center, and my program also allowed me to study disabled students through the writing and all of the assignments that we did. So there was a lot of freedom in what we could write about. And this is particularly from like a more social sciencey, a humanities adjacent program for context. So it may not be the case for all programs, of course. But basically UIC gave me that freedom to really, and my program gave me the freedom to really explore something I was interested in. And it led me to be able to, for my grad assistantship, create a conference on developing disability cultural centers within US higher ed. So I got to do something I was very passionate about at the intersection of both disciplines in higher education and in disability studies. And so from one angle, I got kind of lucky with the job that I got. it was based off of a grant, and I still am on retainer at the center, so I'm very grateful for that as a part-time graduate hourly worker. But the point is that like I really got to explore my passion in a way I didn't expect to or expect to be able to do so. So chances are there are some of those niche opportunities that are out there that might be able to explore. Sometimes you just have to ask, and that's kind of how I did it. I reached out to the Disability Cultural Center, and they welcomed me in, and we had an interview. It was a whole thing, but it worked out in the end. I'm so grateful for that. So I think, to find your niche, it's really about asking around, building that network, finding the people who can put you in the right places. Like if someone reaches out to me nowadays, like I'll point them in the right direction, and I feel like a lot of people do that as well. So there are people to support you, whether it's like staff or faculty or students, right? And then I'd say that the biggest transition, and I think the other panelists also touched on this, the biggest transition that I had from undergrad to graduate school in terms of classes and all is probably the pacing. I think that, so, at least for our program, so this may not apply to other programs, but for the urban higher ed program, our classes are mainly in the nighttime. So it's 5 to 8 p.m. On like Monday through Thursday, and like only twice a week though, or once a week, depending on how many classes you have. Or rather each class is once a week. If you have two classes, you have two classes, during the week. In undergrad, you might have a class that comes 2 to 3 times a week, but usually our classes happen once a week. So it's kind of nice in a way that you have a bit more flexibility, that, like, oh, I don't have to think, at least for our program, you don't have to think about, the assignment being due later in the week is due the following week usually, or something like that. So you have some more flexibility, but then again, you have a, pretty intense workload, whatever program you're in. So time management is really key. It's something I learned in undergrad, and I think that it definitely translated over to graduate school, but it was definitely, with more reading, with more assignments, or, it goes by a bit quicker, even though it's the same amount of time as like a typical semester. So yeah, I think something to keep in mind is how you pace yourself, how you manage your time. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And I know we throw out time management, and I'm like, I'm still working on it, and I do workshops on it, right? Like, but what does it look like to plan out your week, right? And literally just like, how much time am I actually spending on things? How much time am I planning out? What is my, even the day-to-day, what does that look like? And making planning part of that process. Thanks for saying that. Sorry, I know I jump in all the time. Did anyone else on the panel want to comment on those questions? Or I don't know if Miriam, you wanted to add to anything that you had said, or I'll just throw out the next one.
Yeah, sure. I can add a couple of things. So regarding like the whole time management thing and like everything that the other panelists have said, I think what is really important is that you should be aware of like, the stereotypes of your program. So for nursing, a lot of people would say like, oh, once you're in nursing school, you're going to have no social life. You can't hang out with friends. You can't hang out with family. It's just you and books. I try not to fall for that, only because I completely value my social time, because that's kind of a way I personally would unplug and just like not worry about school and just focus on things that make me happy, that make me feel productive, and just make me feel very grateful that I'm actually going through a rigorous program, but also having a support system behind me that's not necessarily like friends and family. It could be just a hobby that I could do. I'm a writer. I have written books, so I just love to just sit down and just write my heart out. And that is very therapeutic for me. Another thing is that I just love going on walks throughout the city, throughout the loop. And I feel like that is like that's my me time. That is, at that moment, I'm not, Miriam, the nursing student. I am Miriam, just, an ordinary person out and about in the world. So I think just really just like finding out what makes you happy outside of academia would be super helpful, especially, like I said, I can only speak on nursing school. So it's going to get tough. Like as you advance through your program, classes are going to get harder. And you may feel like that you want to give up at certain times. I know there was many times throughout the duration of my program where I felt like I couldn't do this because the work was too much, it was too hard. But you are in your program for a reason, and there's a reason why UIC picked you. So they wouldn't have picked you if they didn't see like the potential in you, no matter what program that you're in. So honestly, just knowing that you made it this far is already an accomplishment in itself. And once you do start classes, you're really going to see like, hey, even though this is hard, this is difficult, this is something I've never experienced before, I am here. Like out of all of these people, I'm the one that made it. So you should really pat yourself on the back for just even not just considering graduate school, but just getting into a program that you know a lot of people are trying really hard to get into. And I honestly really hope that answered that question, because I know it kind of tied into like how do you unplug from academia. It's just, you know, y'all are here, y'all should be proud of yourselves. And yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
I want to talk about one
I
more
love
thing.
I
Yeah.
love that encouragement. And that's go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just see in the chat like something about not being confident in English. And I think I might be only international student, so I kind of want to touch on that. There are lots of international students here at UIC, and yeah, and English is not my first language, so I think I still sort of struggle sometimes. And there are lots of people in class, and like even a lot of professors are not from here. So, you know, we're very understanding, and yeah, and I think there's also a course on like for international students for learning and like writing in English. So doing that might help. And I think there's also like writing center and like other people to help. And, you know, no one's going to judge you. Like if they do, it's their problem. So I think you can be confident, like really try to just express your opinions when you need to like speak out loud. And yeah, I don't think you need to worry too much about it.
Yeah, I'll just say on a similar note, like even on a smaller scale, there are classes, there's things like that. I have, you know, our lab's pretty diverse. I've got a Turkish student that I work very closely with. And when he's writing his assignments and things, he just asks me to read it. And I'm like, of course, I'm thrilled to help you edit and read. And like, there's always somebody one desk over who will just really quick be like, dude, you're not using your commas correctly or whatever. So it's, you know, it is really intimidating. I totally sympathize. But you know, a lot of people were always willing to help.
And to be honest with you, English, like native English speakers also mess up their English all the time. Like I know I do. So in all honesty, as there are so many international students here on campus, both undergrad and grad, nobody's really gonna like look at you if you make like, you know, grammatical errors here and there. I make grammatical errors all the time, and that's why I use Grammarly. So.
I was gonna put in the chat also the International Teaching Assistant Program, even if you're not a TA, they host a number of just socials. They're through a graduate college, but they're in alongside the classes, there's like social events that they have, networking kind of events for practice. And so I'm gonna throw that in the chat. There were some really beautiful questions, y'all. I know that y'all are ahead and already answering them, which is amazing. But Julia and Mishka asked some really nice questions, and I really liked this kind of like, some people have already answered this, like how do you distress, right? Like how do you take yourself out of this environment when things are maybe going wrong and like you're just like, oh, I want to just throw everything up in the air, and why don't I just go and do this other job I had planned instead of graduate school? And then also this question of how do you unplug from student and academia mode? You know, what are some resources you've found on campus or maybe in the city that have been helpful to you? Everybody has their different ways. So I know we've kind of started this, but maybe we can talk as a group about how to unplug or how to de-stress when things get really stressful.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, like my cohort, like I have probably like 5 really, really close friends in my program that I just love. But at the end of like a really bad lab day or a really bad week, like we just get together and have a beer near campus and complain. Like honestly, that's how we like communicate, that's how we bond. It's, you know, my project's not working, my Western blot failed, my this is bad, like the mice all died, things like that. And we just have a beer and we just all know exactly what everybody's going through. And that's just what it like, that's honestly what it is. So it's not always the healthiest, happiest like unplugging, but it's a way that we all know how to like commiserate together. And there are really happy times too. Obviously, we always celebrate each other and like the wins and everything, but a lot of times it is just that.
I think that for me, it was a little difficult to figure out how to unplug just because my day-to-day was academic filled. I worked with students who were worried about their academics, and then I was worried about my academics. And then my friends who were in grad school or the peers I made, we were all stressed about academics too. But I feel like what I found solace is in also just like my hobbies. I like to gym a lot, so I really heavily relied on making the gym a priority because I felt like that helped make myself a priority. I think it's also really difficult for your friends to kind of understand you acclimating to grad school too. I feel like sometimes your ability to socialize also kind of lowers a little bit because you're tired. You're tired from reading and you're kind of tired from socializing with others in class or like at work. So I feel like learning how to make time for yourself, whether that be like taking yourself out to get a coffee by yourself or going to the gym, investing in a new hobby. I feel like that's super important. Going on walks when things get really stressful, I also think that's important. But also similarly, like Kelly kind of talked about, is that building a community with your peers is something like so wholesome and so valuable because they understand like whenever you want to vent about maybe like a professor pushing a deadline to another week and now that kind of throws off your rhythm, they understand what you're talking about because they're taking that class with you. Or if they know what big project you're preparing for, they're also going to be the friends that are most understanding about your stress level and how like you may not be in the mood to communicate as much. So I feel like these have been like really big assets throughout my grad school experience so far.
Hi, this is Javin. I think to go off that a little bit as well, I think that in the spirit of time management, which seems to be a recurring theme for me, I think making time intentionally to take a break is one of the best strategies that I have in terms of unplugging from grad student academia mode. So I'm not sure if all programs are like this, but I tend to have like one free day, or I try to make my schedule be like that because I do work 20 to 25 hours a week for the university. And then I have grad school at night, a few nights a week. And I also take another class that's asynchronous. So like, it's almost essentially like a full-time job in a way. And it feels like that. And like just being in grad school and all. And so I think that finding the pockets of time where you can like intentionally be like, I am not checking my email, I'm not checking anything, I'm not responding to texts, I'm intentionally going out with my friends, keeping away from my phone. That's probably the best strategy for me to sort of enjoy myself, decompress, get rid of the overstimulation that has been such a big presence with, being on your computer all the time and being on Zoom. And of course, that's in part due to the pandemic, but I think disconnecting as much as you can or finding that time to really do so is huge. I'm a commuter student. I live on the northwest side of the city in my childhood home. So I know many graduate students probably aren't doing that. I'm probably one of a sector of the population that lives far away from campus. But I think in part, if you're a commuter like me, being intentional about making that time is especially important because I want to stay on campus kind of all day and then go home, as opposed to like going home in the middle of the day or trying to figure some messy thing, messy transit path home. But yeah, I think especially for commuter folks, making that time is gonna be really important.
Find your space on campus too. Like, maybe if you're in a lab, you have like a designated area, but if not, then find that place. Is it the library for you? There's care, the care that you can rent at the library that are like just for you, that you can get at the library, so you have a designated study space. The Centers for Cultural Understanding and Social Change have often, like, if they're not having programming, have open space so you can go and study in those places. So when you are on campus, you can go to those spaces. And oftentimes then you end up like meeting folks, right, too. So it's like double, you get to study and do networking. And some of that's too much, right? You're like, I don't study with my friends because I'm not going to get any work done. I'd rather go out with a beer with them after. As Kelly said. So I think also finding your space like on campus, right, is a good thing. Did anybody else see stuff in the chat that they wanted to answer, or like anything that you want to bring up? We have a little bit more time left for today, so I'm just gonna throw it out. I'm sure there's plenty of advice things that folks have on the panel. Something maybe someone else said, or something someone brought up as a question in the chat.
Hi, this is Javin. I saw something in the chat. Amanda Pays says, even when studying, it is good to take breaks too. Pomodoro technique has worked best for me. I love the Pomodoro technique. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's something along the lines of doing work for 25 minutes and then like 5-minute break. And so you basically chunk the work that you do, and it tends to be essentially more efficient. So you like do more work within a shorter period of time, and you keep repeating that, and you get a lot more done. I found that, Amanda Pay says some people call it the tomato clock method too. Nice, I didn't know that. I've tried the Pomodoro I love the Pomodoro technique. I just think that the 25-5 doesn't work for me. I tend to need a bit more time to like do things or process thoughts. And so I would encourage everyone to, if you're using this technique, to make it your own. So like one thing that I do is I do 45-15. So I do 45 minutes of work and then take a 15-minute break. So I chunk by the hour. But the typical standard, or like what the original creators intended, was 25 minutes and 5 minutes break. So yeah, so you can find, I can't read the name. Oh, Samantha Ellis. You can find Samantha Ellis says you can find Pomodoro YouTube videos for 45-15, 50-10, 25-5. Yeah, so yeah, make it your own. Just to reiterate, you make it your own. It's a really good technique.
Also, I know that a lot of us have mentioned having or a few of us have mentioned having GA positions and TA positions. At least in regards to GA positions, I think a big resource is to go to your academic advisor or your faculty, because a lot of them are always chock full of connections with other departments specifically that can help within your program in college. So that's how I found my GA position, was through my academic advisor. We hosted interview dates where we can go and kind of interview with multiple different departments that had openings available, but also just have that in mind, what kind of experience you want to obtain. A lot of times GA positions are a great opportunity to get like work done in the field that you want to be in. So similarly, I wanted to work with students, and so I received the GA position working with other students. And so that kind of worked out in that sense. But also sometimes departments don't have GA positions, but sometimes if they really like you and you really pitch what you want to do or what you want to work with in that department, sometimes they can create a budgeting for a position for you. It might not be full-time, but if it's part-time, then at least you still get the experience that you really want. So it's one of those senses of, if you have a really good idea of what you want to accomplish, then just be ready to come with a pitch, and you can have a really good opportunity in doing so.
I do want to add one quick thing about my earlier statement about change. Also be prepared for like sudden changes in your classes as well. So as most of you know, we have been in this COVID-19 pandemic for over 2 years now. And sometimes there will be moments during your program or even during the semester where you have to suddenly change from being in person to virtual for like a couple weeks and then suddenly switch back to in person. I know this has happened to me a couple times and it can be very jarring as someone who really doesn't like online courses because I can't really concentrate when I'm just staring at the screen for like 4 hours out of the day. I did have classes that were 4 hours long. So what I would recommend with that is that if there are changes that happen like that, just be gracious with yourself, understand like, hey, this is happening right now. I don't like it, but this is what I have to do in order to cope with this. So just make the best out of it. And another thing that kind of really helped me as I was going through my program is that I started treating grad school like a job. So that means I would have to make adjustments of like the environment that I was in for like online classes, for example, in order for me to retain information better. So I live at home. I live on the south side of Chicago, and I have 3 brothers and they're very noisy. So in that moment, I just knew like, okay, so if I'm ever in online courses, I cannot stay at home to focus on them. So what I would do, I would take some time out of my day to go to the library here. That way I could be able to focus on whatever lesson that was going on that day. And I also tried to make the best of it whenever I am on campus. So like, say I have a class, it's like early in the morning. I would make the best out of my like quote unquote 15-minute breaks. So maybe just like walk around the area for a little while, or maybe just sit in the cafeteria and just like take time for yourself. Taking time for yourself, it is super important when you're in whatever program that you're in for grad school, because grad school will try to suck the life out of you, but you have to try hard not to let it.
Quote of the day. As we're nearing the end of our time, I was hoping maybe there's like one last statement, one last comment. Maybe there's like a sentence you want to offer. That was maybe Miriam, that was the tagline. That was a good one. Like, it'll try, but don't let it. Anybody else have like a sentence, a last kind of closing thing that they want to offer? Go ahead. Yeah, Javin, go ahead.
This is Javin. My sentence would be, life happens. We're all adults here. Ask for the extension. Ask for the extension. I'll say it again.
That's a good one. Just do it. Just ask for it. And before it's due, not after. Like before whatever's due. Anyone else?
I think just be tenacious, pick yourself back up. It is your job. You are here. It's your project. It's your baby. Be tenacious.
Yeah,
Thanks,
be
Kelly.
more proactive and like really
That's
look.
right.
for-
It's your work. It's your time. Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Yes, I just said like try to be more proactive and like get the opportunities, like because there's a lot, but you need to really be proactive in like fetching them.
So true. No one's gonna go put those RA sheets and GA ships in your lap. No one's gonna go put those fellowship applications in your lap. No one's gonna go give you a job. No one's gonna give you the extra training you need. No one's gonna do that. You have to do that for yourself and work with your advisor hopefully for help with that. But I think what the panel's saying is like advocate for yourself. That's something I wish I would have heard when I was a first-year graduate student. I thought that my mentor was gonna guide me through everything, not knowing that I had to be doing that, right? You're gonna have help, there's support here, but you have to do that. Who didn't get to go? Sorry, Teresa talks a lot, keeps talking. Who else didn't get to go? Jennifer, did you get to have your last comment?
I think that this is more specific to my like fellow first gen grad students. It's scary. It is scary to be the first ones to do it and to pave the way, especially if you have siblings and everything. Like, but just know that you're not alone. There's a lot of us who are here or have been in your shoes, and it is very possible, and you are going to feel beyond amazing after you're done. And just know that no one is disappointed in you, and there is no such thing as like steps backwards. They are all just like learning lessons.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you. And your camera with you, like you want. So I know that's my little thing. So anyways, thank you all. Thank you to all of our panelists. I know some folks have offered their emails in the chat. They're also grad students too, y'all. So we have a lot on their plate, but they've been so generous with their time and their information and their words of wisdom. And so I want to thank you all so much for joining us today and offering such great advice to our incoming students. Thanks, y'all, and have a great semester.
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
Luck,
Good luck,
everyone. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Here we go. We keep going. And those of you that are staying with us and trucking on, we respect you and love you. So I'm excited to turn. Thanks, Gabrielle, and thanks, y'all. Our students are amazing. I'm sure hopefully you'll see some of these folks on campus. They were fantastic. So I know you met folks earlier that are about to talk to you, but these are amazing colleagues that I've had the privilege to work with for a number of years, that make the graduate college rock and roll and help you in so many aspects. And so they're here today to be talking to you about the money, right? and other tidbits to help you get there. So I want to throw it over to my colleagues, Ben Williams and Lindsay Marshall, to take us into the next session. What did we call it? Getting the funding, something like that. So take it away, y'all.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm just going to share my slide deck now. At least I will try to. All right, can folks see my slide deck now? All right. So I am Ben Williams. I'm the Fellowships and Awards Coordinator of the Graduate College. As Teresa suggested, and I introduced myself earlier, I am all about the money. And so I'm just going to quickly let you know that this slide deck is available right now as a PDF. Let me just grab this link, drop it in to everyone. Okay. And Liz's going to introduce herself in a few minutes. So welcome. You're going to see our names and faces again. In fact, you may have already seen my name via email this past Friday, the weekly funny email, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. And hopefully my RA, Elizabeth Mayer, will join us. I think she got knocked out, but hopefully she'll join us back in. She's going to be on this call as well. And Lindsay, I will just say she's our new writing specialist academic advisor, and she's also a PhD student in English. I am Ben Williams. I was once a Hungary graduate student in history at UIC, and I've had several positions at the university. In short, we both have been in your shoes. And Elizabeth is a grad student in history right now, so she's currently in your shoes. All right, let's get started. All right, grad student internal funding. Internal meaning internal to UIC, internal to the graduate college. If you're new to UIC, you're probably scurrying around trying to find out how to fund your education. This is understandable, and we will try our best to help. However, please note that the grad college is not a bottomless pit of money that can fund every unfunded graduate student. This is just simply not the case. We're a state university, we're not a public university with oodles of endowments. If grad education is a rather new concept for you, we recommend the graduate funding overview on our website. I'll drop that link in the chat in a few minutes. Just note that your first point of contact will be your own department. I think this has already been discussed in other panels. You should either contact your Director of Graduate Studies or that's the DGS or your dedicated graduate staff member. These are your first points of contact within your department. It's important to note that most of the internal awards fund terminal degree students. That means mostly PhD students. The terminal degree is the final degree in your program. MFA would be an example of a terminal master's degree. Next, academic programs bear much of the responsibility of facilitating internal funding consideration by nominating students for the awards. Don't think of this as some huge hurdle. This is just usually a piece of paper that your department has to fill out. So we don't control everything, and we especially do not hire assistantships other than my own, and that job is taken. All right, next slide. This is grabbed from our website, the Graduate College Fellowships and Awards page. It's never too early to look for funding, and at this level, at the grad level, essentially everyone has need, thus research, merit, specific coursework, and prior accomplishments matter most. This slide shows the landing page for our internal funding. We're in the process of updating our web pages for our funding competition, so look for those to be updated in the next few weeks, and don't be surprised if you see dates that refer to the last cycle. Just revisit. All right. Next page, external funding. So external to the grad college, external to UIC. The grad college does not have suitcases of cash, as I've mentioned. We do run internal competitions, but also we help with external funding. And finding external funding can be rather daunting. We try to ease your anxiety by curating a weekly funding email of funding opportunities. And don't worry if you didn't receive last week's, we're in the process of updating that subscription list. You don't have to do anything. We send out weekly emails to What's Your Appetite? This is not a comprehensive list. This is just to give you a sense of what is out there. We provide information about funding at UIC, grad college, UI system, national awards, even international awards. And we sometimes also will advertise employment opportunities both on campus and off campus, as well as provide information about info sessions, etc. We typically feature opportunities with deadlines about 1 to 3 months out. And we try to strike a balance between field-specific and more general funding opportunities. Is Elizabeth back on the line? Let's see here. Oh no, I don't think she is. Okay. So in terms of the tools that she uses tools that are from our website. I will drop that link in the chat in a few seconds as well. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to use the overview. So we don't usually use secret tools, just so you know. We're using the same things that you have access to. So here is the overview. Here is for our competitions. Here is for other funding opportunities. Thank you for your patience, everyone. In terms of external funding, not only do we circulate a lot of these notices and deadlines, we also will hold informational sessions. Below are some of the foundations and agencies for which we hold these informational sessions. Happy to meet individually with students who need assistance on their applications. And I serve as the campus liaison for a lot of different funding agencies. And below are some of those funding agencies, for all of which we have had winners in recent memory. So for example, right now we're in the thick of the Fulbright season, and we don't get a lot of applications from graduate students for Fulbright, but graduate students do very well. You'll see that in some competitions, 75% of our grad and professional students and grad alumni were semifinalists or better. Another note on external funding, I put the Go link in the chat. The full link is down below. We list many databases, including sources for international and undocumented students. Another source of information is UIC SNAP, which is run by the Office of Financial Aid and Scholarships. It is a portal for UIC departmental and foundation-based funding. You can create your own profile and then wait for matches. So for example, I'm a Francophile historian who's left-handed, and if those were keywords for a funding opportunity, I would get an email stating that I might want to apply for one of those awards. However, just so happens that this week, SNAP is being updated. So please do not create your SNAP profile this week. Any creations or edits that you do this week will be lost. So just take a week off from thinking about funding and go to SNAP next week. So before I pass the baton to Lindsay, my advice to finding funding: start early and treat it like a part-time job. Lastly, I would also note that I am virtual, so you won't likely find me on campus. So I am now going to pass the baton and the microphone to Lindsay Marshall.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Nice to have many of you here in the virtual space. I saw some of you this morning, and it's good to be back and talking about some funding and some further resources for graduate students. My name is Lindsay Marshall. As Ben mentioned, I am a PhD candidate in the English department, but am a full-time writing specialist and academic advisor in the graduate college, and I am here to be a resource to you. I have assisted Ben with funding and various funding competitions for many years, and am now in a full-time role, but still assisting with some of the competitions like Fulbright, sometimes with Boren, and anything else for which you might need a little help, particularly with the writing portion of these applications. And one thing that's really crucial to talk about right at the outset of my introduction here is that there is a really persistent myth surrounding graduate education, and that is that graduate students have it all figured out. And by that, I'm not only referring to the academic portion or things like writing or how to write for different genres. I'm also referring to finances, and I'm also referring to mental health questions or struggles or different kinds of disability accommodation needs or requirements. And the notion that I think is really mistaken is that grad students have this all figured out. You've made it, you've arrived, you've already pushed through your undergraduate, or in many cases, advanced master's degrees, and so you're set. And as most of you know, that's not always true. While you've accomplished a ton and will continue to do so, life is really hard. And in particular for graduate students, you have tons of family responsibilities, work responsibilities, intellectual responsibilities, and we don't always have it all figured out. And that's what I am here for, because I firmly believe that graduate students need and should have more support. And that's what my job is centered around. Next slide, if you would, Ben. Thank you. So what is it that I do in the graduate college? I provide graduate students with one-on-one writing assistance, whether that is in my office, meeting face-to-face, whether that's over Zoom or working over a medium like Google Docs, depending on how and where you are in the world. I can assist in any way that's most helpful to you. And I really help graduate students with all kinds of writing. It can be for your job stuff down the road. It can be for academic publications that you may be trying to get a handle on. It could be for fellowship and award applications, cover letters, job materials, anything that you want to discuss. We can do that. Of course, I'm not going to be writing your papers for your classes or your bio lab reports or anything like that, but pieces of writing that you are starting to think about or be in the middle of, I am happy to assist however I can. So when you meet with me, however the mode, we will look at your written materials. I give detailed advice and feedback, and I try to take a pretty holistic view of the writing process. So if you are working on a paper for a class during your first semester, I try to think about what the class deals with, what the requirements are genre-wise for that particular discipline, and then help you to think about things like argumentation, organization, as well as more sentence level concerns that might have to do with grammar or sentence structure or even citations. So really, if you are a person who has a lot of anxiety surrounding writing, or there are things you know you're going to be working on that you want a second set of eyes to look at, I am your person. Next slide, please. So if the writing specialist portion was just one aspect of my job, the second and equally important is as an academic advisor. So in this capacity, I formally and informally work with graduate students regarding conflict management, socio-emotional, physical, and financial health, and provide degree completion report. So to put it very directly, if you're having a hard time and don't know who to talk to, I can be one of the first lines of defense, and don't hesitate to reach out to me. I have a huge amount of experience working with a broad range of graduate students from various backgrounds, and I know UIC pretty well, having been a student here and a longtime employee here. So I'm usually pretty helpful at figuring out who to connect you to in terms of different resources. And if I don't know, I'm never afraid to ask. Next slide, Ben. Thanks. So what do we both do?
We both co-direct Right On, but just in case you notice, there's some humor going on in the screens. Elizabeth has joined us now. She was doubling as my doppelganger. We're going to circle back to you in a minute after we finish this slide. Welcome back. So what is Right On? Well, this was established in 2014 by me and Teresa. Is to provide graduate students with a physical space to write, because we realize that a lot of students don't actually have anywhere to go and write. And so we want to provide that. We want to provide quietude and a heck of a lot of caffeine. Well, prior to COVID, we met nearly daily. Now with COVID, we pivoted to online check-ins to keep people connected, and I will maintain those going forward in the next academic year. In 2022, Lindsay started offering WAGs. Lindsay, what are WAGs?
So they stand for Writing Accountability Groups. And this is if you are a person who just wants to have a space to spend with other people, whether that's in a virtual room or in an actual room. If you do better writing in a group, we have support for you in the form of these groups. And basically the accountability portion simply means that you share some things that you want to get done during the writing session. And then at the end, you check back in and say how it went for you. It's really low pressure, very low stakes. Typically, no one in the group is affiliated with your department. We catch a pretty wide range of graduate students. And the point is just to give you a space in which to write and to check in on the progress you made, whether it's very little or a ton. We like to see both, and it happens variously that some days you make a lot of progress, other days none at all, and both of those things are okay. It's really about the space and dedicated time to spend writing. And we do have both in-person sessions and virtual sessions. So if you're working on a paper for a course, if you are working on something that you're trying to get published down the road, these groups will be a source of support for you. Ben just put the link in the chat. This is being updated, but there will be more added to the page soon. And the final writing resource to point out, and I don't believe that Vin is here today, but Dr. Vin Auditori teaches the Graduate College's 512 course, which is a dedicated writing course for students working on academic writing, no matter their discipline or department. So there are two sections of that class, which you can learn more about a little down the road. But usually one set of those classes is offered for more STEM disciplines, and the other set of classes is offered for arts and humanities students. So Ben, I'm not totally sure how those are being arranged this semester, but if any of you are interested, you can let us know.
And the webpage actually for GC512 should be up to date, and Vin is your contact, Dr. Auditori is your contact to register for that class. And just to be clear, these are for domestic and international students. Both sets of students need help with their writing. Some directors of graduate studies have it in their minds that this is only for international students. That's not true. Lindsay Marshall has taken the course, and so this just goes to show that everyone needs help, and that's okay. So we are going to pivot back to Elizabeth, who is joining us, and she's asked me to share a link. So I'm going to try to stop sharing for a moment and get that link going. And Elizabeth, why don't you very briefly tell us who you are?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I am Ben Williams' assistant. I am also a PhD candidate in history at UIC. It's nice to see you. I've also taken graduate writing 512, so can confirm that it's very useful. So I also every week, so you guys have now entered a fun club where every week you're gonna get an email ostensibly from Ben, but actually from me, that gives you weekly funding opportunities. Funding opportunities that are coming in up in the next like 3 months or so, and you can look through those, see if anything works. But it's not meant to be like exhaustive, and we definitely recommend that you guys. And so the resources I use to find these every week are on our website, the Graduate College website. And we have some UIC charted resources like Pivot, which is really useful because you can do specific sources, and Snap, which has more UIC focused things. So Snap and Pivot. And then we also have databases from other universities, including like the UIUC Fellowship Finder and UCLA's funding database. So you can use these, even if you're just at the beginning of your career, like as a grad student. It's still good to be on the lookout for funding opportunities. The more you apply, the more you have a chance of getting, and the more you like exercise those skills of applying. So.
Right. Thank you, Elizabeth. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. All right, folks, we try to leave some time for some Q&A. I saw there were a couple questions coming in.
Can I be annoying in the meantime? And just add that one of the hardest things for graduate students, especially as you move in past the first year, is thinking that you are good enough or that your work is good enough to apply for various funding opportunities. And there's two things that I would say about that I think are kind of crucial for you to think about. And the first is that you absolutely are, right? You're in graduate school for a reason. You are interested in your work. You're interested in pursuing this degree or these degrees for a particular reason. So have confidence in that work and in that instinct, and really try to apply for things when the time comes to apply for them. Start researching early, start thinking about things that look like they might be aligned with your work or the work you can see yourself doing. And don't think to yourself, I'm not good enough to do this, I'll never win it. You certainly will never win it unless you try to apply for it. It's not to say that there aren't eligibility requirements, but just from like a philosophical standpoint, you want to be thinking of taking every opportunity to apply for funding that you can. And the second piece would be to look out to the graduate college and to your colleagues or friends that are outside of your department sometimes. So both within your department and outside are helpful resources for seeking advice about things that you might not have known you were eligible to apply for. So you want to cut a pretty wide swath when you're thinking about funding, writing opportunities, different kinds of awards that you may be interested in. You can do it, you should be applying, and the more you try, the better you get at doing this.
Thank you, Lindsay. And one thing we also, I think we put in the slide, but we did not say verbally, is that it's frankly harder for master's students to get funding. It's just a hard fact of life. If there's a doctoral program in your field, those students are more likely to be funded. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but you should, just so you know at the outset, it is harder for master's students. Teresa, we didn't leave enough time for Q&A. I'm so sorry. Can we have one more minute?
Oh yeah, you can have your.
All right. Access to Box. Every student at UIC should have access to Box. You have to set up your own account first. I thought I set the link so that you wouldn't have to have a Box account. In terms of assistantships, assistantships are handled at a semester by semester basis. So Madeline, I don't know the details of your specific case. RATA GA waivers should be in the works and should post by probably end of this week. If you have a fellowship waiver or something from the graduate college, many of those have already posted. Make sure that your registration is correct according to your award letter. All right. Anything that you saw, Lindsay?
Yeah, I was just answering Hamida, who asked if I'm assigned as a TA. can I still apply for a fellowship or other assistantships? It depends. Some of it will depend on the terms of your award, but yes, by and large, the answer is yes. If you want to apply, especially for external fellowships or awards, there are tons of those, and you can always do that. I'm going to put my email in the chat one more time that will be made available on the recording in case anyone wants to reach out to me about writing or academic advising for grad students in general.
And is that be really simple.
All right. All right, well, thank you both so much, or all so much, and Elizabeth too, Ben and Lindsay for all the
Like us. It was like, stop recording them.
There we go. There was something about your amazingness that came out during that time.
Sure, right.
So y'all, if you're not used to checking your email, I'm gonna encourage you as graduate students. We don't have we have a very small staff, like all these staffs, right? They're like, we're small. We have a very small staff in the graduate college. We have offices of one or two. So we don't have social media experts putting things here and there and making it fancy. We send emails. So all of us, in the college that are going to be these resources, we send stuff through email. So if you're not used to checking your email, get used to it, because we send it out on the graduate college listserv, this amazing email that Elizabeth and Ben send out, all the information for resources that Lindsay sends out, the stuff around career development that I'm going to talk about that I send out. So pay attention to your emails. We got to move on. So thank you so much, Ben, Lindsay, and Elizabeth, for being here and sharing that. And we'll see you soon, and have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
All right. Into the next little section here. We're still going, we're still trucking. I want to introduce a wonderful office, an incredible resource on our campus. The director of the Office of Career Services, Jean Reardon's here with us to share some, yes, career services is also for graduates, students, and come and visit. So I'm going to throw it over to Jean to tell you all about all the amazing things that Career Services is doing and how it can be helpful to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much for inviting me today. I'm so happy to meet all of you. This is a big group here today. I saw 243 people. This is fantastic. I have the world's most boring PowerPoint to share with you here, mostly to keep me on track. It is less of a fancy visual here. But yes, as Teresa said, I'm the executive director of the Career Services Office here at UIC. So what's important to know, if you don't already, is that there are actually multiple career offices here on campus. But I will say this is probably the, I call this like the mothership, the hub, the main career services office for the entire institution. And yes, with the exception of business and engineering, we probably do see the largest amount of graduate students on campus. So there is a business career center, there is an engineering career center. There are some folks in LAS, and there's someone who works in public health. And the interesting thing is there are actually lots of folks throughout the university that contribute to our, campus-wide conversation about careers, right? Teresa obviously is one of them as well. There's a portion of her job that is dedicated to that. And that's what we find throughout campus, that there's sort of lots of people with a portion of their job here and a portion of their job here. So you may actually have someone in your department or in your academic area that does specifically work with students, but you can always know you can start with us. Absolutely 100% you can start with us. So what exactly do we do? So in a nutshell, we work quite a bit with individual career and job search advising for students in all majors and all areas. Job search documents review. So for example, resume reviews, cover letter reviews. If you have an application to fill out and you're not quite sure if you're hitting the mark or doing it exactly correctly, we review people's LinkedIn profiles if you'd like. LinkedIn is such an important, powerful tool in terms of getting connecting with others and getting your sort of virtual messages out there. So we can help people, we help students take a look at that. Things like practice interviewing. We do a lot of practice interviews. If you have an interview coming up and you'd like an advisor to sort of go through some questions you may be receiving and then give you a little bit of feedback on your answers. We're more than happy to do that kind of work as well. And that's probably what we would do mostly in individual work. We also have tons and tons of programs, events, job fairs, and workshops throughout the entire academic year. And we're actually pretty lucky that we're able to do some kind of creative things, some interesting and innovative things. One of the things that we really like to do is talk about issues related to career development that are kind of on the periphery, right? Not that, you know, we're going to help students prepare for the basics, but in the last couple of years, we've had some really interesting discussions about, for example, like microaggressions in the workplace. We had an event that we partnered with the Engineering Career Center to talk about being out at work and out in the workplace for LGBTQ+ community. I had a great dialogue. We had students there outside of the engineering program, undergraduate and graduate, who are really, they're kind of interested in just sort of hearing from other folks and sharing some experiences. So keep an eye on our offerings every year. They change a little bit. Some things are very consistent, but I will tell you one thing. I think, like Teresa said, there's probably a misconception that all of our events and workshops are predominantly for undergraduate students. One of the things that we really work towards is crafting the presentation for the audience, right? So as a participant in any of these workshops, we invite questions and we try to have examples that are, you know, would work for folks who are early in their academic and professional career and those who are a little bit further along in their academic and professional career. So, you know, we're open to questions and things like that. So please don't feel as if, unless it says this is for graduate students, that there isn't, you know, that you can't come and get your questions answered and get some good information. So events, job fairs, workshops throughout the entire semester. Advisors are still available both in person and virtually. This has sort of been a good space that we found ourselves in the last few months. We're sort of learning how to do that. And we've been learning how convenient it is for especially students who have a lot going on, that we can still sort of offer some virtual programming and we can offer some virtual advising as well. And I want you to know that we do have advisors skilled at working with students and professionals at all levels. Let's see. And we've actually done some really fun things with Teresa in the past. We've done some very graduate and maybe postdoc specific kinds of programs, and I anticipate we will be doing some of those this year as well. So stay tuned for some of those. We have lots of fun things planned this year. Navigating the job search. We have tips from a talent recruiter, just sort of thinking about things to kind of watch out for. We have an HR panel coming up on how people are typically selected for positions. Like how do they go about the process of candidate selection? Doing a behind the scenes perspective on interviewing, some discussions on work expectations and negotiation, a new program on the unique needs of first generation professionals. And then we've got our tried and true basics, resume and cover letter writing, interviewing, finding internships. We have someone coming who is a LinkedIn ambassador who works for LinkedIn, coming to do some programming for us this year as well on how to make the most out of LinkedIn. We have a job fair prep series coming up. And the new kind of interesting thing about our prep series is that we're actually trying to create a little bit of a laboratory a week before the job fair and the first big career fair we have, so that candidates and students can come in and maybe practice their elevator pitch, practice what it might be like to go up to a recruiter and then get some feedback on that. So the information about all of our events, you'll be able to find them on our website, but I think the most comprehensive will be found in Handshake. I'm gonna talk about Handshake in a minute as well. Some of our upcoming career fairs, we have the Diversity Career Fair, which is probably our largest, most comprehensive career fair of the entire academic year. We're gonna hold 2 installments of that. One on September 22nd in Student Center East, and then a virtual version on the 29th. We already have, I think, like 70 or 80 companies, right, who have shown an interest in the September 22nd event. The Government Career Fair, we'll have one in person on the 21st and one virtually on the 27th. We also have 6 more career fairs and events scheduled for spring. There's one related to arts and culture, one related to education. We have a networking event coming up with arts and sciences. So have some interesting professionals there to talk to students. We have an all fields coming up at an internship fair as well. So we're gonna be really busy in spring. number of ways that you can get some help and you can get some assistance. In terms of career advising, we have a number of walk-ins. So we run walk-in sessions 3 times a week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. 2 sessions are in person, and 1 is virtual from 3 to 5 on Thursday afternoons, and that's our URL to get into that Zoom. Walk-ins are about 15 to 20 minutes long, typically. This is for a resume review or a cover letter, or I have an interview tomorrow and I just have a couple of quick questions on how I should, prepare, or I always have this question that kind of tripped me up and I'd like to run my answer past somebody before the interview itself. If you have some more comprehensive questions, or would really like to set up a plan or sort of thinking about, some ways that you can prepare for when you are done with your degree, I would make an appointment. So appointments are typically an hour. We like to reserve an hour, and then you'll have an undivided attention. Nobody's waiting in the waiting room. Nobody's sort of waiting to come in, and we can really deal with and discuss anything you're interested in terms of career advising. Anything you'd like to talk about. Handshake is a really great resource, and this is a really, really good resource for graduate students as well. These are not all undergraduate specific positions. There are positions for folks with advanced degrees and with additional experience. It is our one-stop shop for full-time. Obviously, any on-campus or off-campus part-time jobs are going to be run through Handshake. There are internships, volunteer opportunities, tons and tons of employer information, tons. Career information, a lot of information about upcoming programs. Yes, the ones that we're having here on campus, but there are hundreds and hundreds of programs, career-related programs going on outside of UIC. When an outside organization, like an employer or just some other entity, is interested in inviting our students to a career or job-related event, they're going to post that in Handshake for our students. This is the place we direct everybody. You can register for the event, you can sign up for events, again, both on campus and off campus. It's very easy to use. You can log on using your university credentials. Every student here on campus, every single solitary student has a Handshake account. It's just a matter of going in and activating the account. And you would activate your account by logging in for the first time with your university email address and your password. Complete your profile. If you want to actually job search on the site, you do want to have a resume in there, but to just start looking around, you can just start looking around. What's really nice about Handshake is once you fill out your profile of what you're interested in, Handshake itself is going to generate ideas for you. I'm going to show you that really quickly as well. Here's some information about us. Career Services, obviously, 312-996-2300 is our direct line. Our offices are on the 3rd floor of the Student Services building at the corner of Racine and Harrison. That is our webpage, and that is the Handshake webpage as well. And if you just give me 1 second here, I would like to just very briefly show you Handshake. Again, Handshake, just a very, very cool kind of resource. You can find information, actual jobs, events, get employer information right at the top. You can get some information about us and the other career centers in this link. And there's it'll suggest events for you that are coming up. We have sort of a really interesting partnership with Upwork happening right now. And they're working with some cohorts of our students in terms of helping them prepare to do some freelancing. So if you're interested in freelancing, I would definitely check out this information or this organization, and you can see it's suggesting some interesting things here. The one-on-one video chats. Oh yeah, these are some really. These are new. I'm not even sure what those are. I have to take a look at that. These are some one-on-one video chats, and these are 15-minute chat. Oh, these are companies that are looking to interview and talk to students about opportunities they have. So there's some really interesting things there. You can message some employers. These are some jobs that are recommended for me based on my profile and how I have my profile filled out. Again, it's just recommending things left and right, which is really cool. Some things that are recommended by someone in one of our career offices. The Engineering Career Center and the Business Career Center also take appointments and utilize this. So if you'd like to make an appointment with someone in business, engineering, or with us, this is definitely the place you want to do that. And I will show you just really quickly here. I know I'm running out of time. If you click on the Career Center tab at the upper right-hand corner, hope that, can you all see that that it changed? That I went to a new page? I know sometimes you can't see that when you, so can everybody see that? Okay, good. I know sometimes when you click around on Zoom, you can't. So this is the sort of homepage for all of our offices here, all of our departments, and these are all sort of separate folks in the different colleges that have set up a page. And then you could go and right up on here and click on appointments and schedule a new appointment. And every office that you are eligible to make an appointment with should pop up. Here's career services, and you can click on, say, like a resume review, and then you can go through the different weeks and just find one that fits your schedule. And then you can usually, most of us on most days are available both in person and virtually. You might run into an advisor who on one particular day is just here virtually. Then you could just kind of backtrack a little and find someone who's actually there in the who's in the office if you'd rather meet with someone in the office. So it's a pretty easy system to use. You can click on jobs here and do a search for jobs. The events that I was talking about as well can be found here. And again, so many different things going up, you know. And again, if you see something with a company that you're interested in, don't not go because, oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Stop share. Wait, hold on. Now I'm sharing lots of extra things here. Stop share. That's what I wanted to do. I would not hesitate or be afraid to join a session, you know, even if it says, oh, I'm looking for, you know, these are for internships or whatever. You can always pop in and you can ask some questions and you can get to know a little bit more about a company or an organization. So there will be some that are geared towards probably newer professionals and then some geared towards, you know, professionals with some more experience, but it never hurts to pop in and learn a little bit more. There's a couple of questions. I'm sorry. Is idealist.com? Yes, idealist.com is I recommend idealist.com all the time. So Idealist is really a global nonprofit job and internship site. It's one of my favorites. It's got some amazing opportunities available there. So yes, we don't post to that, but we do definitely we do definitely refer students to that site. I think it's a great site. Let's see, I just want to see if there's any. Are jobs on the UIC jobs board also posted to Handshake? Not typically. The UIC job board is a separate entity. I will tell you though, we have posted some jobs on Handshake here and there. In particular, if we were looking to sort of attract someone who's just getting ready to finish a program, we might pop it in there so it's sort of double posted. But any posting is still going to refer you to the UIC jobs board to apply that way. So I think those were all the questions. I think that's it. I think that's all I have, Teresa.
Thanks so much, Jean. And again, I keep saying wonderful resources, but really we could have like had a 3-day orientation and showed all the things UIC has to offer, but we picked the ones that we know that you're going to need and then you're going to need to go to. So check out Handshake, check out Career Services, go see Jean and her staff. They've been immensely helpful with a lot of graduate students in their processes of looking at their future career. So thank you so much, Jean. Appreciate you being here.
Great. Thanks so much for having me. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. Welcome to UIC. Thanks. Bye.
All right, y'all. So now is when I transition from being your host to presenting for a minute. Let me pull this up. Awesome. Okay. So again, I introduced myself in the beginning, but just in terms of my role, my name's Teresa Christensen Caballero, and I direct the grad student development aspects of the college. I also run our Pipeline to an Inclusive Faculty program here in the college. And so we, myself and my graduate assistant, Jody Aguilar, do a lot of work to work with you all in your professional career development. We do all sorts of programs, workshops, and events. And I'm going to talk about a couple of those in our limited time. And then I'm going to invite you to, again, check your email know about the things we have coming. So if you haven't checked out PhD Comics, this is your time to check it out. Funny comics all about being a graduate student. So if you need some of those like inspirational moments, it's fun to go to PhD Comics and find something. So this is a woman having her existential crisis, saying, you know, what am I doing in my life? What is the point? When am I gonna graduate? And then back to work. And so it can be this long process. And so one of the things I want to talk about today is really thinking about right now. I know it's early, right? Hey, Teresa, I just got here. Why are you talking to me about careers? Like, can't we just do school first and then we'll figure that part out? But it does start now. Your career development, your professional development, all the things that you're going to be doing, it starts now, because all of the skills that you're going to develop in graduate school, in your research, in your teaching, and the volunteering that you're doing, and all of the aspects that you're growing is going to be something that culminates into eventually what you're going to do in your career, whether that's to be a future academic, whether that's to work in a lab, whether that's to teach, whether that's to work in a government, nonprofit agency, whatever it is. All of those things are going to count moving forward. And so in the college, we're here to support you in developing those strategies and plans and the networks to be successful in your career and professional development. We want to empower you to navigate your lifetime of complex career decisions, not just now, but moving forward. So for those of us maybe thinking about academic positions, that's great, but also know for folks that are in the PhD or coming into their PhDs, that 50% of PhDs in the US actually found initial employment in business, government, and nonprofit sectors. So to think about, I have this plan, but it's not this tunnel vision plan. You have to also be thinking about all the possibilities for what you want to do in your future career and all the possibilities of what you can do in your future career. So there are a ton of diverse career paths as you're looking at your future, you know, what you want to be doing. There's teaching, there's consulting, advocacy, government, policy, business of science. I think sometimes folks come into my office after being in a program for a while and they're like, hey, Teresa, I thought I came in and I wanted to be a professor, but actually now I'm thinking of something else. Like, what can I do? I've been a grad student and a student my whole life. I don't know. But actually having these conversations, let you see that there's a ton of positions out there, and it's not just maybe like the one tunnel vision way of envisioning what you want to do. I came in as a grad student myself, UIC, also in history. We like to employ historians here, like in the graduate college, and ended up, you know, becoming a director of professional career development. That's not something I had in graduate based on my skills, experiences, and what I was passionate about. So just know that there's these other possibilities in front of you. A couple tips as you're kind of just thinking, moving forward through your programs and getting organized. You know, what is that end result that you want? What career do you want? What do you want to finish? Making a plan. Earlier we talked about time management, planning out the week. Now this is more of like a long-term plan, right? Like start from that end and move backwards. What are all the things that you're going to need to be doing? Now I know like maybe this isn't the week for that. You're just trying to start the semester. You're trying to start school, you know, but as you're kind of going into this first semester, really kind of starting to think about those goals and moving backwards as you're looking at that long-term plan. Calendar your degree completion deadlines. When is that going to happen? What do you have to get done before that happens? As you're going into the semester, talk to more senior graduate students in your department. What are the major conferences that you should be going to? And maybe even trying to go this year just to get exposure to what those are, right? The things that you need to be seeing, maybe what's expected if you are going to be going into that field a little bit further. What are the traditional submission deadlines for your field? What do those look like? And then what Ben talked about earlier, what are your financial deadlines? What are your funding deadlines? And even right now, even taking stuff from maybe if you're going to a PhD, your master's, or if you're undergrad, if you're going into your master's program or your PhD, have an achievements file. You may not use all of this, right? But just like start to have that. You probably had to have something like that when you were applying to your program. So just start to build on that and grow on that in time. These are some things that you can start doing. Now, one of the mistakes I made when I came to grad school is I thought that I was going to get matched with one mentor that was going to give me everything that I needed, right, in graduate school, and give me all the advice and guidance that I needed. But actually, the case is that you need many, many, many mentors, and we do workshops on finding mentors, how to have that good relationship with your mentors, because not every advisor is a mentor necessarily, right? You're going to need folks not only in your department, you're going to need your advisor that works with you as you're moving through your career in graduate school, but you're also going to need colleagues, right? Those are also advisors, other faculty that are in the department, other faculty maybe outside of UIC, right? Folks that are going to read things for you, folks that are going to look at things for you, some folks that maybe are just in like your family and friends that are mentors that are just giving you advice as you're going through the day-to-day. So not to think of that one advisor as being that only, mentor that you're necessarily going to have, but really identifying folks. So think also about the industry of academia. You are now part of this, or maybe you were part of it previously and you're continuing in this, right? As a graduate student, you're part of this industry, and it's not just enough to become an expert in your subject area. You want to succeed in graduate school, so you need to have a bird's eye view of what's going on. Start understanding that academia is an industry, and it's important that you have this kind of larger view of that as you're joining as a student. What are some of the biggest challenges that maybe professors have? What are some challenges that staff have, that leadership have? And where is higher education going? We are still in this pandemic, and we've been in it for a number of years, and higher education has changed in the process, right? So what is happening in higher education, and what is happening going forward? What's innovative there? What kind of institutions are moving forward and what are not? And how is your field situated in this? Where does it fall? Not only your field, but where does your particular department kind of land in this? So this is kind of taking the larger view of higher education and really having a perspective on that. A couple resources to think about that we have in the graduate college and outside that we subscribe to. Imagine PhD and My IDP are career planning tools for both the sciences, biomedical sciences and some STEM, and then humanities and social sciences. Although I also tell folks to use Imagine PhD for even if you are in the sciences, because it has wonderful resources to look at. We also subscribe to the National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity, and I'm going to stop so I can show you where these resources are on the Graduate College website. So if you go in the Graduate College website, and you go into the section called Student Resources, you can click on the variety of resources that we have. I'm just going to click on NCFTD. And so this is something that we subscribe to the Graduate College, the Office of Diversity, and also Faculty Affairs. And there is workshops. There are programs on writing productivity. There are all sorts of skill building workshops. Every semester needs a plan, developing a daily writing practice, etc. Oh, did I stop share? Okay, I didn't show. I'm just taking you there, not showing you. My bad. My apologies. Okay, here we go. Sorry, y'all. All right. Let me go back to that. So you're like, Teresa, you're talking, but you didn't show us where. Okay, so now you can see it. Sorry about that. Here's a Graduate College resource in the National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity. We are also looking at some other career planning tools that we should be notifying you of soon. But here are some of the workshops offered, planning for the semester. We talked about that earlier, right? Developing daily writing practices, aligning time management, cultivating this network of mentors and sponsors. So they have a curriculum of like webinars and information around those things that is pretty useful. All right, 1 second. Let me do this again. Okay. So before, so I guess just kind of, this is just the quick and dirty, right? We had like 10 minutes, 8 minutes or something to kind of think about kind of career development, professional development. One of the, we do a number of workshops, be looking out for those. You can also make an appointment with me on your career planning in graduate school and beyond. And what we basically do is we do an individual development plan and have you look at, what are the kind of goals that you want to accomplish? And then we kind of come back together and we start looking at this kind of larger career planning. I will drop my email again in the chat, even though I already email you a lot and you probably got my email about the orientation in the first place. I also want to mention, we don't have it up, but Jody Aguilar, my graduate assistant, also cultivates a beautiful newsletter that we put out monthly during the semester. So often a number of the workshops that we host around career and professional development, we are going to put in the newsletter. I'm going to also drop the link to the former newsletters that we have that you can look at. So check your email for those. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Like the other said, there's just so many people on campus to provide information, but hopefully I'll be seeing y'all in both the socials and in the workshops that we have coming up this semester. All right, so I'm going to throw it over to GEO, the Graduate Employee Organization. I know Nick and Marty are here to talk to you about GEO. And then one thing I'm going to do also, sorry guys, I'm also in the chat going to put, we have a closing Padlet, so I do want to throw that in there, but don't look at that yet, but I am going to put that in there so you can leave kind of a closing comment in there. So throwing it over to Graduate Employee Organization. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. And I just want to say what a perfect transition. You're talking about career work, and obviously we are the union who represents graduate employees here on campus. So you are often employees here at UIC. And so we're here to talk to you about, our rights as employees. I'm going to screen share. Hopefully. Thumbs up. Can people see this well? Cool. Okie doke. So, like I said, my name is Marty, and this is Nick, and we are the co-presidents of the Graduate Employee Organization here at UIC. I am going into my 4th year in communication. And Nick?
Oh, I am going into my 3rd year in the math PhD program. I was blessed this have started during the COVID year. So who are we? So GEO formally organized in 1994, but we weren't recognized by the university at that time. In 1997, we won visual and dental insurance, which we've since built upon. So still graduate employees are guaranteed vision and dental. In 2004, we officially unionized as, and were formally recognized as a union by UIC. And in 2006, we got our first contract, which is included health insurance, better pay, and these are laid like the groundwork for what we still build upon in our current contracts.
Totally. So GEO has kind of 2 main functions. The first is contract bargaining, and the second being grievances. So contract bargaining is basically when we as members of the union get together and say, these are the things that we need to be able to work here successfully, right? So that is minimum wages, making sure that we have raises year over year to match inflation, making sure that the workloads are reasonable because we're also students, evaluating our work, making sure that the disciplinary process is fair and that we get benefits like Nick was talking about, health and vision, but also like leaves and holidays for if you are sick or if you have a bereavement issue or, parental leave. All of those things are things that we fight for every contract. And then the second part of this is grievances. So this is where we protect the members' contractual rights. So everything that we've earned in our contract bargaining, we have to make sure that those things are being applied in the actual workplace, right? So we're protecting your rights and representing you in disputes if something comes up in your management, and ensuring due process, again, with that discipline, and if issues come up, that you're not having to deal with that one-on-one, that you have, people who understand the process on, backing you up.
So GEO is entirely member run. It's a democracy in every shape and form. So in the leadership, we have our steering committee. These are 9 people that are elected each year. Me and Marty being the co-presidents. We have other roles as well. And we rely on our stewards, who are volunteers from departments who work as liaisons to represent their departments, and any issues to alert steering committee in terms of if there is a grievance or any issues that pop up for graduate workers. They also let us know what do members in specific departments like want or need. And then there's just members. So members pay dues. Since we are member run, we also rely on members to help fund all of our organizing and costs. So this is 2.4% deducted from each paycheck at a 50% TA-ship. This is about $60 per paycheck. Where does this money go? This really goes to staff. Our staff handles a lot of our grievances, handles a lot of our organizing, really helps keep the ship afloat, because everyone else on the steering committee and our stewards are students, which you'll quickly realize you have a lot of responsibilities. So the staff really help out in giving us a little bit of a break. This goes to our office space, supplies, printing, keeping our lawyer on retainer who helps with legal help in terms of grievances, and much more. So joining GEO isn't a time commitment at all. You can be as involved as you'd like. You can be as uninvolved as you'd like. We really encourage you to attend our membership meetings. We have our fall GMM coming up. The date is on a later slide. You can come to any of our SC meetings or any of our organizing meetings. When we have actions to support bargaining and issues, you're more than welcome. We just finished our last bargaining campaign, so you won't have any actions related to that coming up anytime soon. And you can get really active in terms of joining a committee, which we have several of, or becoming a department steward on representing your department and what their needs are. If you end up becoming a member and for some reason needing to revoke your membership, the window to do so is in August, the whole month. And if you ever have questions about any of these things, you can always reach out just to reach clarification, ask your steward, ask the SC. We're really available to people reaching out.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. And just on that note, I want to say, Nick and I did not, I think, join the union thinking we want to be leaders of a union. We kind of got in on the ground floor and started, as stewards, connecting to other people in our departments. And, then we got interested in trying to work for the betterment of all employees. And so then, oops, now leadership, right? But, everybody is invited to be as involved or as uninvolved as they want. As Nick said, joining isn't necessarily a time commitment. However, as Nick mentioned, we did just go on strike last spring, which was a big movement, right? So people were very involved and got, all together to argue for some things that I'm very, very, very proud of us winning. So in the last contract, we fought for a raise and we got a nearly 10% raise going into this fall. So, inflation is high and we are trying to match that, right? I like to say that the union always pays for itself. So if you look at the raises that we get in our contracts, it always covers that 2.4% that is coming out in dues. We've also earned freezes on fees and reductions in certain fees as well, so they won't go up year over year. We've increased the number of paid sick days to 5 days for every graduate employee. That gives you basically a full week, which I'm very proud of and will be using this fall when I have a surgery in August. And we also tripled the parental leave available. So that's for prospective parents of any gender Now we get full 6 weeks, which is national standard, but we had to fight for it. So 6 weeks of paid parental leave, which I know makes a big deal for people who are trying to have kids in grad school. We also were very excited to earn supportive measures for survivors of harassment and people dealing with discrimination in the workplace. Also, we got workplace bullying protections for the first time, and protections regarding recording. Now that we are, a lot of us teaching in online or hybrid spaces, making sure that the classes that you run with your students are protected and nobody's going to be recording them and taking them in a way that makes your students feel uncomfortable and surveilled, or also is like replacing your work as a lecturer. So I'm very excited about all of those. And as somebody who was on the bargaining team, I could go on and on. Please come talk to me about all of the things that we won. It's very exciting, but I'm going to move on and pass it back to Nick.
We just exited a contract year, which was our most active time of during any given year. So what's next? Well, step one is enforcing our contract. Right, there's a lot of new changes. It's a very long contract. So it's really important that we first let our members know what rights they are now entitled to, and more importantly, let the employer, people in your department know what rights you have as an employee. So making sure make sure your employer knows, and then guaranteeing and enforcing these things. So our stewards are going to be really important here, making sure that any new grievances are handled and we find out about them, but really making sure that everyone knows what rights they have. We also have a 9-month appointment task force. So this was a result of our last contract campaign. One of the unfortunate things for a lot of departments, there are some really good departments that you come into the fall semester, you're guaranteed a job fall and spring. There's a lot of departments that don't do this, where you're semester by semester and you don't know if you're going to have a job in the spring until November, December. So we're working with the university to expand the amount of 9-month guaranteed appointments. So this is going to be huge. It really does kind of suck for a lot of people who don't know if they're going to have a job coming up in the spring. That's a big thing. And then at some point over the fall semester, we're going to be rolling out a hardship fund. So we have a lot of strike funds left over that were donated to us. We're hoping to roll this out in a fashion to members who experience some sort of acute financial need, where we can help support them in some way. This is all donated money, and we're hoping to give it to members who really need it.
Awesome. So we are coming up to our time. So I want to ask people to, take a second, grab this QR code and fill out a membership card right now. You're also probably going to be continuing to see this in your department orientations, but grab your QR code right now, and then you can fill it out after orientation today. And as Nick said, we're very responsive. It's a democratic organization, so we always want to know what's up with people. So feel free to email us as well, and reach out if you ever need help. Oh, sorry. That's for you, Nick.
Yeah, and it's really important that we know a lot. So the union currently only represents teaching assistants and graduate assistants. So you may be a grad hourly or an RA, but at some point you may switch to a TA or GA. So we encourage you to fill out a card now. We won't represent you until you're a TA or GA. We won't deduct dues until you're a TA or GA, but you don't have to worry about joining the union later. You'll automatically get swapped into being represented and being a member right away when you do become a TA or GA. So we encourage you to sign a card regardless, and we work with the university to make sure that only members are paying dues and the like. But we do encourage you to sign a card now. It does let us know how graduate students across campus feel about the union too.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, with the fact that our raises generally then are used to also give raises to RAs, like the wages that we set become the benchmark generally across the university. So just in case there's ever a time where you might be switching from RAs to TAs, et cetera, like keeping that in mind is helpful. And then last thing.
So there's a few questions.
Oh,
Good to hear from Olivia Nariani. Is the due cost included in the tuition waiver? No, dues go straight to the union. The university doesn't touch those, so they don't get affected by the tuition waiver.
cool. And thanks for dropping the link in the chat, Nick. Yep, so then last two things. As Nick mentioned, we have our GMM coming up. So that's our general member meeting where you can just show up and hang out with us and probably eat pizza and see what's going on. This is a very brief overview. Come and get more details at that meeting. And then a fall social coming up in mid-September. So you will be continuing to get information about this. Once you sign up, you'll get all the emails and come hang out with us and have a good time and meet people from other departments, which is a really, really nice thing that I don't feel like we generally get to do a lot at UIC. So come make friends. And now we're 1 minute over and I will bring it back to Teresa. Thank you so much.
So I want to answer a couple more questions. I'll be really fast. So we do not have the full international student fee covered. You'll see that directly on your first payment. The university is a little bit slow about getting the waivers in. But you will see that before it's due and after you get your paycheck. And mental health leave, I don't believe is separate from the medical leave.
Yeah, it's included in your 5 days of medical leave.
But thank you, Teresa, for having us.
Yeah.
And I hope to see a bunch of you in the fall at some point.
Thank you for being here. And GEO is a very powerful voice on our campus and a powerful advocate for graduate students on campus. And it's so nice to hear grad students have come because of all y'all's organizing. So that's a pretty beautiful statement to hear at orientation. So congrats on all of your labor and hard work. And we look forward to seeing you this semester. Thanks, Artie and Nick. All right, y'all. For those of you that are left, thank you for sticking in here with us. Can you please fill out this Padlet to let us know what you liked and what you maybe would like to see more of or what you need more information, because then we can get that information out there. So if you can go to that, I'm also going to share screen. I have a QR code if that's easier for you to do on your phone. Let's see, play from current slide. Hopefully you can click on that and let us know, what's something that was useful today, what was something that was helpful from today, and then maybe what's a piece of information that you would still like to know. Again, that link is in the chat. And with that, on behalf of the Graduate College and everyone here, we really thank you for attending our new student orientation questions and we will be answering those either via email or other means. We will be posting this as well as the slides on the Graduate College website in the near future, and we also have a beautiful handbook. Jody, I know that is for grad students. I will be sending those links to all that information out to y'all. So check your email in the next couple of days. We're going to be having a lot of information going out to you. Thank you, everybody, for attending. We appreciate your time, energy, and best of luck on the semester. We are excited to see you all on our future programs and workshops. We'll send an email out with the link to where it's going to be on the Graduate College webpage. We don't have that page yet, so we can't give it yet. So we will send it soon. So Jody, any last closing comments?
I'm all good on my end. Just thank you so much, everyone.
All right. All right, everybody. Have a beautiful semester, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, everyone.